Hi, Michael William Denny of thunderwizard.com, thundershamanism.com, and asktheshaman.com. And today I'm going to start a video series about one of my most popular and definitely one of my most controversial books, and that one is Odin Says Jesus Was a Coward, the Monotheist Subversion of Traditional Religious Thought. Before I get into that, if you're not familiar with my work, you can go ahead and click on the links below. Find out what I'm all about. Thunderwizard.com, thundershamanism.com. There's links on both of those that have all of my books on it. There's a link there to buy the book, and asktheshaman.com will get you directly to me if you want personal counseling, if you want personal instruction in shamanism or any of the other things that I work with, or if you want me to give you a rune reading, you can click on that button and call me. So anyway, I'm really interested to see where this is going to go on this YouTube. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be giving, spontaneous explanations of the chapters in the book and some of the things. I'll just be talking, extemporaneously about it. But in the book I go into great detail, examining things and looking at things objectively. And we look at the historical accuracy of the Gospels. We look at the historical accuracy of Jesus. We look at where monotheism came from, the history of monotheism, how it got started, and the main idea behind this is that I think it's very important that we look at the assumptions that we carry with us about religion, about spirituality, about our relationship to the universe, about our relationship to ourselves, and most importantly, the understanding of how we have completely lost our original ancestral understanding of ourselves from a spiritual nature. And by the way, I need to put this out there. This has nothing I teach has anything to do with any of that other racialist, skinhead, neo-Nazi, Odinist thing. There's a lot of other people throwing the name Odin around who are connected to some stuff I have nothing to do with. I'm not going to make any comment about it, but just know that I have nothing to do with that. So what I am is I'm a shaman, and I'm a spiritual seeker, and I'm a mystic. It just so happens that I happen to be of Norse and Anglo-Saxon descent, so I am actually looking at the ancestral path of my ancestors. But that, to me, as important as that is, and as personally fulfilling as that is definitely not the main point of what I'm doing. So, so getting back to this book, today we're going to be talking about the introduction to the book. Odin Says Jesus Was a Coward. And that title is something that I address in the introduction, which is, I know it sounds very incendiary. I know it gets a lot of attention. That wasn't my purpose for writing that title. It was my purpose to convey to the reader initially the shock of that phrase, Jesus is a coward. The idea of, what that did to me and the transformation that did to me as I meditated on all of the things that happened. So the bottom line is this. That phrase, Jesus was a coward, was spoken to me in a shamanic dream state by a being who presented itself as Odin, the god Odin. Whether or not it was Odin, I can't tell you. I don't even know necessarily what that could mean. Odin could mean my own subconscious, my own higher self. Odin could mean a distinct being. I don't really care who or what Odin was. What is important to me is the transformation that has happened to me since that dream. So, if you don't know anything about me, my history very briefly is that I was raised a born-again Christian, a fundamentalist. I went to Bible school. I was going to become an evangelist. I was about to enter seminary. I read the Bible in Greek and Latin and all that kind of stuff. And I chose to walk away from Christianity for reasons that I have explained in detail. But basically the bottom line was it just didn't make sense to me anymore. On a personal note, my own ethics would not allow me to worship a deity that arbitrarily punished people eternally for what amounted to having the wrong intellectual understanding of who God was, which is what Christianity is. Christianity is based on the idea that you believe in Jesus and then you believe that he did this, that, and the other thing. And that belief in and of itself will save you. And that is very different from traditional religious understanding. So in that, in that dream, what happened was this. There's a shamanic technique that I use, which is when I'm in the state between waking and sleeping, as I'm waking up in the morning, I will often meditate on something, or I will throw out a question, and many times I will get an answer, or I'll get some kind, I'll have some kind of experience. Lots of times nothing will happen, maybe a dream, who knows what. But this was about 10 years ago, and after I'd spent about 20 years doing other traditional spiritual practices that have an unbroken connection into prehistory. We can call them shamanic, we can call them indigenous practices, it doesn't matter. The point is that they haven't been invented in the last 2,500 years. These are traditions that have a long tradition that go back thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of years. And so I wanted to look at the practices of my ancestors, and I was confronted with the myth of Odin hanging on the world tree, sacrificing himself on the world tree. And as the myth goes, he hung on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights. And as the result of that, he then was revealed, or it was revealed to him, the mysteries of the universe, or what we would call the runes. That's a whole other subject. But bottom line is, after that sacrifice, the runes were revealed to him, and he achieved his enlightenment, his salvation, his perfection, however you want to look at it. And I started thinking to myself, that seems so similar to the sacrifice of Jesus. And so I did as what a lot of us do. I was projecting onto my pre-Christian ancestors post-Christian ideas. And so here's what happened. So I'm in that state of semi-consciousness, and I throw out the question to Odin. I say, Odin, what is the difference between your sacrifice on the world tree and Jesus' sacrifice on the cross? And to my utter astonishment, I heard a loud booming voice that said, Jesus was a coward. And it shocked me to my core. And it frightened me so much I almost woke myself up. I chose not to. I chose to see where this was going, because it was so shocking and frightening to me. I had all that Christian understanding of, if anything does not proclaim Jesus Christ as Lord, it is of the devil, and that, all that garbage was still in my head, 30 years later, after I walked away from it, or 20 years later, or whatever it was. But I chose to keep listening. And this being, whatever it was, whether it was my subconscious, whether it was my superconscious, whether it was Odin himself, whoever this being was that claimed to be Odin, continued to go on and say that he sacrificed himself to himself in order to achieve his own perfection for himself. He didn't do it for anybody else. In other words, the feeling was that it's disingenuous to do something for somebody else. That was ridiculous. The idea that people can't do for themselves, to him, was demeaning, and it was against his warrior ethic to demean anybody. And so to sacrifice himself for somebody else was not only, counterproductive for him, but it was an insult to whomever he was to give that to. So the whole idea of the Christian gift of salvation was, to him, was the height of blasphemy, because it demeaned people, it weakened them, it took their power away. And he was all about self-empowerment. And his understanding was, is if you empower yourself, you empower everybody else. And his enlightenment, his salvation, his perfection that he achieved by this self-sacrifice wasn't something that he was going to give to anybody, but it was definitely something that he would share, so that they could do it for themselves. They could study what he did and do what he did and achieve what he achieved. And he wanted to see human beings as equals, and that he wanted to empower people to live that warrior ethic. The warrior ethic of sacrificing yourself for truth and empowering yourself. And, and continuing to evolve. The idea of self-evolution was a warrior aspect. And so he went on and on and on about how, look at society today. Jesus gave people his salvation to a bunch of people who didn't want it, who didn't appreciate it, who didn't deserve it, and look what they've done with it. Nothing. They're a bunch of sheep. They can't do anything for themselves. And it wasn't so much that there was this feeling of a tremendous tragedy. And in fact, he said something, "What a colossal waste," was a quote. What a colossal waste. And the feeling is that the universe, or that human society, was at a crossroads at that point. At the point of the introduction of Christianity, society was at a crossroads where they could follow the path of the spiritual warrior, the warrior shaman, or they could follow this other path. And Odin chose not to get involved in that fight. And when Christianity started taking over, the feeling I got was that it was extremely saddening to him, because the potential of human beings was so great. And he chose to walk away. It wasn't that Jesus won or Christianity won. He was going to let man make his own choice about what he wanted to believe. And if he wanted to become a weakling and a coward and a sheep and, walk away from his own empowerment, Odin gave man the right to do that. He gave them his integrity. If that's your choice, you can do it. So anyways, I could go on and on and on and on and on and on, but I'm going to stop it there for now. If you want, you can go ahead and buy the book. Odin Says Jesus Was a Coward. There's a link down there to buy it on Amazon. If you want to look at all the rest of my books and DVDs, you can click on either of the links, thunderwizard.com or thundershamanism.com. If you want to talk to me directly and you want personal counseling, you want personal instruction in shamanism, runes, whatever the heck it is, or if you want a rune reading from me, you can click on asktheshaman.com. Take a couple minutes and register. My phone will ring. If I'm home and you click on that, my phone will ring and you can ask me any questions you want. So now we'll get into other chapters in the book. All right, so we're going to do some serious talking here today. Enough messing around. Let's talk about enlightenment. So I have to say it is important to take into context when I speak. In other words, what I talked about last time and how it's going, and the effect of what I was talking about last time and then today. Now, of course, it's okay to just come in and watch whenever you watch, especially if you're coming in brand new. But it's important to understand what message is wanting to come through me here. So we talked last time about the true God of death. And we talked about death and enlightenment is not what people think. I'm human too, so it takes one to know. We look at, things being blissful and wonderful. We don't understand the sacrifice. We understand sacrifice as long as somebody else is doing it, right? Like in the Christian tradition, Jesus sacrificed, or actually he didn't willfully sacrifice himself. He was forced to sacrifice himself. But he had to go through a pretty dreadful scenario, if you choose to believe that. Of course, I don't, but if you choose to believe that. And we're okay with somebody else doing it. But when we got to do it, no, then we want to buy into the new age. Everything is beautiful and love and enlightenment and, which isn't to say that there isn't tremendous bliss as a result of it. I believe that Odin is a deity of bliss. I believe that he exists in a state of bliss that we can't comprehend. And I think that if you and I were to step into his state of being, it would be too much for us. Way too much for us. And it would be very blissful. But, so again, I'm getting overwhelmed with a bunch of thoughts and feelings. When I want to talk about this, I feel the presence of Odin very strongly. I have to say that Odin is probably one of the most misunderstood deities that there is. And he is most misunderstood by those who claim to follow him. And there's a reason for that. I won't get into that right now, but in any case, we are going to talk about Odin and Odin's sacrifice on the tree of life, and we are going to talk about the difference between self-sacrifice and the sacrifice of others. So we are going to talk a lot about that. So first off, let's just start with the basics in case you don't know. So Odin. Odin is the pronunciation of the Scandinavian people, but that's actually not the correct pronunciation of his name. The earlier correct pronunciation of his name is Woden. W-O-D-E-N. Woden. Woden means he who consists of, who is made up of, who is consumed by Wod. So the suffix en means consists of, made of, full of, right? If you have a wooden door, it is a door made of wood. If you have golden coins, it means you have coins made of gold. Now it's an older linguistic holdover, and modern English doesn't use it all that much. But that's what it means. So Woden is he who consists of Wod. And what I'm going to share with you here is that in his sacrifice, the entity who eventually became Woden was not Woden when he started. When he began his sacrifice, he was not Woden. Whoever and whatever this entity was completely lost his identity and became Woden. And there's a lesson in that, and I'm going to give it to you because it comes directly from the mythology, from the lore, which means that each of us can become Woden. So why don't I go ahead and just read that to you now, in case you're not familiar with the lore. But even if you are, perhaps I will reveal something you might not completely know about it. So again, this is an English translation taken from the lore about Odin's sacrifice on the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life, by the way, is referred to as the World Tree, and it is its name is Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Yggdrassil. It means the steed, the horse of Ygg. Who is Ygg? Ygg comes from the same root where we get the word ugly, U-G-L-Y. In Old English, it would have been Ygliche. Ygg, we still have it. When you talk to kids, when you see things that are really part of what we think are slang speech, is actually part of really ancient Indo-European words. So what happens when you see something horrifying? You go, ugh, ugh, right? It's changed now. We think of something as kind of gross. You go, ugh, U-G-H. That comes from ugh. Ugly in modern English means unattractive. But ugliche meant something that was frightening to behold, something that was so frightening, terrifying. So Ygg means terrifying. So that's important. This is one of his names, terrifying. And the Tree of Life is he who is terrifying's horse, the horse of the terrifying one. What is terrifying about Odin? People want to call him the god of war. They want to call him the god of rage. And there is some truth to that, but it's not rage like I'm going to kill you, I hate you, It's not that kind of rage. And that's a childish understanding. That is a superficial, childish understanding of Woden, of Ygg. It's terrifying to us. But he's not coming from that place. He is ruthless in that he is completely devoted to his own self-awareness. So much so he does not care what you think. And when he achieves the ultimate, when he becomes completely absorbed, when he is completely engulfed in the flames of his own awareness, he becomes Ygg. He becomes the terrifying one. Not because he's in a state of trying to frighten anybody. He's not thinking about death or rage as we know it. He has completely sacrificed his own ego, his own identity, into the pure essence of being, which when you get to the pure essence of being is incredibly blissful, amazingly blissful. So from his perspective, he's caught up in complete bliss. So why would that frighten us? Why is that frightening? Because of what I said earlier. In order to get to that state, you must completely lose your identity. So remember, if you watched what I talked before, if you haven't, go back and watch me talk about Ketu, the true god of death, the god who destroys and obliterates your identity, who is the god of enlightenment. Can't have one without the other. That's the first step. You want to become Odin? Then you have to be willing to have your ego completely obliterated. And that is frightening. For those of us who have an ego, I do. Those of us that have an identity, you can't be in the physical form without having an identity. It's not possible. For those of us that have that, when we see somebody who is completely, totally engulfed in their own undifferentiated essence, it is frightening as hell. It will be the most frightening thing you've ever seen. So his name is Ug. As it so happens, his counterpart in one of the other major Indo-European religions, in fact, the only existing Indo-European religion that has an unbroken connection into our prehistory, goes all the way back to the first humans. The first Indo-European people is the Vedic Hindu religion. Yeah, I am editing myself so much. There's so many things I want to jump in and say, editorializing it, but I'm trying to stay on focus here. That's, you know, they are the only people, the only society in the world that retains its uninterrupted Indo-European tradition all the way back to the beginning. And as such, they will never be conquered. India will never be conquered for that reason. Every other Indo-European culture, religion, language has walked away from its essence. So I say this to, you know, again, I know that there are going to be people that come onto this video who are of the folkish Asatru, pride in their ancestry, as they should. Well, they should. But they bring oftentimes a childish exclusion. Little kids are like that. Mine. And they bring superiority. And they have a complete misunderstanding of what it is they claim to have so much pride in. Not everybody. And by the way, if you get angry when I say that, if you get defensive when I say that, then you're not secure in your own pride, in your own heritage. Because if you are secure in the pride of your own heritage, then you have no problem whatsoever pointing out the faults and the mistakes that your ancestors have made. I have no problem pointing out the faults of my immediate ancestors going back at least for the past 1,000 years. You can talk about how horrible the white man is, and you can talk about the horrible things that have been perpetrated by other people and the soulless white men, and I'm going to stand by you and agree with you absolutely 100%. I will not take any of that personally, because it's true. Why is it true? Because our ancestors walked away from our true shamanic religion. We walked away from it. And that's the epitome of the soulless person. And what happened when those people, when those Europeans who had walked away from their ancestral tradition, what is it that they went and did? They went and conquered other people, racially dominated them. And it's important to understand that 2,000 years ago, the minority were white people. White people were looked upon as the least civilized. You know, the way we look at the lost tribes of Papua New Guinea, you know, these tribal people who have never seen any, you know, who've never been contacted by the modern. There's a lot, by the way. Papua. We talk about the rainforest of South America. There are far more uncontacted tribes, I believe, in New Guinea than there are. Those are the people, those are the original people that came over from Africa and made their way. And the way we look at those people, whether it's uncontacted tribes and wherever, that's how Germanic people were looked upon by the rest of the world, the rest of the civilized world. So I find it ironic and outright hypocritical for white supremacists to have any sort of pride without understanding. You know, if you can't relate, if you can't look at every single human being as your brother and sister and family member, then you do not, I repeat, you do not know who Odin is. But you want to learn, and that I respect. And so since our ancestors walked away from our traditions, we are infants. The pagan, the Asatru, the heathen movement is it's in its infancy. And infants are immature. Infants are selfish, and they're territorial. They, anal retentive and judgmental. So, anyway, it's very hard for me to talk about Odin without having to go there because, Odin is the least prejudice entity there is, the least exclusive entity there is. Any case, I'll stop talking about that because if you want to talk about rage, I could get very rageful about that. In any case, the name Ug is also found in the East Indian tradition. One of the names for Shiva is Ugra. Ugra means same thing, fearful. It comes from the same root of Ug. And so one could easily, and very, I believe, rightly so, make the connection that the entity who emerged, and they emerged around the same time, by the way. Shiva, as we understand him, did not exist in Vedic times. Shiva was one of the names of Indra. But he had not become, the Trinity as we know it now, of Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu didn't exist in the way we know of it now. In Vedic times, Shiva was a name means auspicious, and it's one of the names of Indra. And it wasn't until later that Shiva took on his own identity, his own form. It was right around the same time, we think, because the Germanic people didn't have written histories, but it looks as though right around the same time the worship of Odin, he who is consumed with Wod, with self-awareness, became a focal point for the Germanic tribes. What does that tell you? That tells you that this entity, this essence, for whatever reason, chose to reveal himself at this same time among at least two, perhaps more, but at least two of the Indo-European people. The people we know of as the Vedic Hindus and the Germanic people. So we're going to talk a lot about that. Again, it's, when I start to talk about Odin, it becomes very difficult for me to stay in one place. I end up looking like this guy. I feel like this guy. I put that there for a reason, because that's what happens. That's what Odin is. And again, as I have already pointed out, in order to get to that place where you are that, you have to first have a complete death. Complete, total, utter eradication of your own identity. So I find it interesting, those that use Odin as a way, this is my identity and this is my ethnic background. Odin is for me and my people. You have no clue that he represents a complete, total eradication of your identity. Total eradication of your identity. Otherwise, you can't achieve what he achieved. So what did he achieve? I said I was going to read from the Norse mythology. So here's Odin speaking. He says, I know that I hung on a windy tree 9 long nights, wounded with a spear, dedicated to Odin, myself to myself, on that tree of which no man knows from where its roots run. No bread did they give me, nor a drink from a horn. Downwards I peered. I took up the runes. Screaming, I took them. Then I fell back from there. There's a lot in there, a lot of hidden secret messages in there that talk about the raising of Kundalini, that talk about um, enlightenment, that talk about, the spinal column. It's all in there. It's all in there. You got to, but again, you got to know what you're looking for. And if you don't know what you're looking for, it's going to be hard to see it. Our ancestors, 1,000, 2,000 years ago, had these secret things because, again, they had an unbroken tradition that went all the way back to those first Indo-Europeans. There's I wish I had a picture of it. You can look for it. I forget the name of it. There's an ancient Viking burial ship, and on the ship they buried staff carrier women. These were women shamanesses, very powerful, very revered people in ancient Germanic society. And among that, the artifacts was a brass bucket, and on the brass bucket there was an individual, a man, who was sitting in full lotus. Now, this was 1,000 years ago, somewhere in Scandinavia. I can promise you that 1,000 years ago, they didn't travel to India and learn how to sit in full lotus and then come back. No. That means that our Germanic ancestors had this practice of what we now look at as yogic meditation. They had it as well, because it's part of the original Indo-European tradition. And they knew how to sit in full lotus, and they knew how to go into meditation. It's just what people did that were wizards, that were yogis. We call them yogis. We call them all kinds of things. We would now call them yogis, mystics, sorcerers, whatever word you want to use. So I forget where I was going with that, but the point is that, and I remember, that there's symbolism within the mythology that they knew that we have forgotten. And I'm going to get into it here. There's one real simple one. I've talked about this before. It's Thor, Thunar, Indra, the god of thunder and lightning. It is said that Thor wears a belt that doubles his strength. It is said that he wears iron gloves, and without the iron gloves, he cannot pick up his hammer, which is the thunder. How is it that a god can't pick up his hammer? He has to wear iron gloves? Now, you know that, iron gloves does not protect you. I mean, if you want to wear iron gloves and then stick your finger into a light socket, you're going to find out how protected. It's not going to protect you. It's going to intensify things. Why does he have to wear a belt? Somebody earlier last time wanted to know where to get the belt. People, you have to listen. You have to listen. This is symbolic. Whenever you see a Chinese person in meditation or doing Qigong, they wear these sashes. And our ancestors used to wear sashes around their midsection, around their navel. If you go watch yogis, they'll do the same thing. They'll wear sashes around their navel. Why do they do that? Because the navel center is the storage area for the life force energy. It also protects the kidneys and the adrenal glands, which is extremely important for life force energy work. Qigong. So that mythology tells you how to do Qigong. It tells you, number one, you have to empower the navel center, and you also have to empower and protect the kidneys and the adrenal glands. Now, you go to China, they know that. They ask them, why do you wear that? Oh, it's to protect the navel center and the kidneys and the adrenal glands. They know that. It's not they're not doing it for no reason. There's a reason for it. So why does he wear iron gloves? He wears iron gloves because what he's saying is that when you connect with that, when you empower the navel center, that what happens is the hands become very powerful conductors of life force energy, which is what metal is. It's a conductor of life force energy. So in order to pick up the hammer, Thor has to be able to conduct life force energy out of the palms of his hands. That's a lesson to us. If you want to do energy work, you have to first work with the navel center, and then be able to get the energy to come out of your palms, and then you'll be able to pick up the hammer. Now, nobody taught me that. I know that because I have trained in traditions that have an unbroken connection into prehistory. And when you live that, you can pick up any true mythology and immediately know what's being said there. If you pick it up and you don't know what it means that you don't have the secret knowledge. You don't have not only the secret knowledge, but the experience. So this is in here. So I give you all that. That's an easy one to look at. So we're going to talk about that. What is the tree of life? Odin says that Odin is said to ride the tree of life. Yggdrasil, the horse of Odin. Odin has what? An 8-legged horse. That he rides. The tree of life is none other than Yggdrasil. It's his horse, Sleipnir, Slipper. He can't have two horses. We're not aware that he has two horses. He has one horse. Yggdrasil is the horse. Yggdrasil is the tree. They talk about the tree of which no man knows from where its roots run. When you look at, let me find it here. Hang on a second. Let me find it here. Hang on just 1 second. I'm going to show you the two kinds of sacrifice, generally speaking, of Odin, and how people, how we either understand or misunderstand Odin's sacrifice here. Let me put those pictures in here. All right. Okay, so now it's saved in there. All right, so this is when people start wanting to simplify their understanding. They're going to talk about the sacrifice of Odin, the sacrifice of Jesus, and they're going to, other gods that have sacrificed themselves in mythology, and they're going to want to put them all together into one thing and say it all means the same thing, Jesus and Odin and blah, blah, blah. Right? So this is somebody's depiction of Odin's sacrifice on the tree. Ah, how cute. He looks so peaceful there. And like Jesus, he's been stabbed with a spear, and he looks so, peaceful and enlightened. That is a Christian perspective. That is not what is said about how Odin sacrificed himself. Here I think is a better, it's not my favorite, but I think this is a better representation of Odin's sacrifice on the tree. Doesn't say, but there is some indication here that he hung upside down on the tree. He wasn't hung right side up, he was hung upside down. How do I know that? Because it says here, I'll get to the very end here, but again, let's walk through the whole thing. I know that I hung upon a windy tree 9 long nights, wounded with a spear, dedicated to Odin, myself to myself, on that tree of which no man knows. Dedicated should actually be translated as sacrificed. Sacrificed to Odin, myself to myself. On that tree of which no man knows from where its roots run. No bread did they give me, nor a drink from a horn. Downwards I peered. I took up the runes. Screaming, I took them. Then I fell back from there. So, if he's looking downwards. It's kind of hard to do that when you're up here. You're looking down like that. If you're hanging, you're not going to be able to. Well, let me, and I'll reach down. I think he was hanging upside down, and then he looked downwards and reached, screaming, ah, screaming for the runes. What are the runes? The runes means sacred, secret whisper is one translation of the runes. And runes also means secrets. And of course, the runes are the 24 letters of the ancient Germanic alphabet. And I use the Elder Futhark, because I believe that represents the original Germanic language. You know, languages change over time, and Scandinavian especially changed a lot. And so even though I revere Old Norse, that is not the original language. So the original language is in the runes, the 3 sets of 8 syllables, you know, consonants and vowels. And these were sacred. And so it teaches us that language itself is a sacred, magical thing. You know, when we talk about spelling a word, the word S-P-L-L, spell, that comes from the original understanding that to be able to write a word was to cast a spell. If you were to write a word on something, that had the power to create it. It was a spell. It means when we speak, our ancestors years ago spoke. When they spoke, it was a spell. It was magical. It had meaning. It had purpose. It teaches you how to chant. There's a secret, you know, again, unless you know what you're looking for, you won't find it. And I'll share a little bit about that later. I'm getting overwhelmed with a lot of concepts here. So I'm going to take a short break and take a little bit of a break here. Again, if you're new to the channel, it helps if you just ask a question. I want to stress this again. The more that people have to type in hello to each other and type in their belief and I know a lot of people are supportive. Hey, look, yeah, that's right. A lot of people also want to come on and spout their opinion. That takes time away from me to be able to answer questions. You also can't listen while you're writing. And even if you're trying to participate in this discussion by saying something you think is cool about what I've just said, you're not hearing what's underneath that. Put the time and the effort to listen underneath that. Learn how to listen before you speak. Having said that, I can't stop you from doing anything, but if you have a question, write question in all caps. Otherwise, I will pass by it because, like I said, I'm not interested in your opinion. I want to look for the questions. Questions are what drives spiritual progress, not statements. Okay? Questions is what drives spiritual progress. All right, so I'm going to take a little break here, and then I'll come back and we'll start answering some questions, and we'll get deeper into the sacrifice of Odin. All right. There we go. There might be a few questions here, I think, so let's take a look. Okay, so, yeah, Miguel wrote a big, long question. Listen, YouTube is going to automatically block some things. And just to let you know, what you wrote in that question was seen as potentially, you know, stuff that needed to be deleted. So YouTube automatically does it. So just be aware. You know, people throwing stuff out. I know you meant you have an honest question, but anyway, that's why a lot of stuff sometimes doesn't show up, because YouTube automatically will get rid of spam and stuff like that. All right, so let's see here. Lokya, question. Hey teacher, amazing to see you. I'm on retreat in the woods right now and just woke up with the flu. I've started doing celestial qigong yesterday and want to know, should I keep going? No. When you have the flu, rest. Qigong isn't going to help. You know, you need to do the opposite of qigong. You need to keep your energy internalized. You need to cleanse. So no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Just, you know, let yourself heal. Interesting. You know, you've got the flu. It's probably a spiritual crisis. It's a cleansing crisis, probably. That's happened to me before. I was by myself in the woods for 2 weeks, and the first week I had the flu. It was awful. It's, you know, it was freezing cold. It was below freezing at night. I was bundled up in my. But you know, that's part of the shamanic experience. You're having a shamanic cleansing, I would say. Anyway, but do take care of yourself, please. Lots of liquids and whatnot. Dude with a hat, question. Does Odin need to retrieve his sacrificed eye? No. He's using it. So understand he's a god. And just like Tiu, who sacrificed his hand, a lot of sacrifice in the Germanic tradition. The gods sacrifice a lot of themselves. His hand, he still feels it. He doesn't have his right hand anymore because it's stuck in the wolf's mouth. He still feels it. Odin still sees out of his left eye. I mean, we don't know, it isn't said, but most of the time you see it's his left eye. And I think that's an accurate intuitive understanding, because what is the left eye connected to? It's connected to the right brain, right? The left eye is connected to the right brain. And what is the right brain? The right brain is the artistic side, the feminine side, the side of the brain that sees things holographically. It sees the relationships. It's the left side of the brain that says, this is good, that is bad, I'm better, you're worse, that's here, this is there. It's the right side that sees the connections, and, you know. And he's got it in Mimer's well, which is what? Memory. And he's looking with his right eye deep into the memory of everything. So he still sees out of that eye. He hasn't sacrificed it. So no, he doesn't have to retrieve it. He's using it. Okay. It's what he's telling us what to do. You know, he's got his two ravens, Hugin and Munin, mind and intellect, memory. And he says of the two, they go out every day and they look out over the of Midgard. And of the two, the one he worries about, the one that he worries about the most is memory. And don't forget. Don't forget what we are, where we came from. Okay. So let's see here. I'm looking for the questions here. Sean 303 question. Is a demon the ultimate consequence of avoiding surrender of ego to source? I am most joyous when I embrace death with all of my heart. The less I am, the more I am. I don't think let me see if I understand your question. Is a demon the ultimate consequence of avoiding surrender of ego to the source? I don't know that I would say that. I would say that, you know, I mean, I can see the logic behind that. So I'm not going to say that that's wrong, but it still sounds a little, a little fundamentalist kind of dogmatic kind of thinking there. So I wouldn't say that. What a demon is ego. Yeah, it's kind of hard, but I mean, on the surface, I'm going to say, yeah, there's some truth to what you're saying. There's some truth there. Let's see, what else? Emerson's Coffee, Bike, and Rum Shop, thank you. She plunked down $5, thank you. She says, question, what is the best way to study the runes and prepare ourselves to read runes for others other than binge watching your videos? Well, watching my videos, of course, is the best way to... rune readings and shamanically connecting to the runes are kind of two different things. I would say, in all seriousness, the best way to study the runes is to read my books. Read my books on the runes. If you're not familiar on my books on the runes, then go here. I've got videos here too, but go and read them. You're going to get some understanding and some interpretation of the runes that come directly from the language itself that a lot of, in my experience, a lot of modern rune scholars have missed. They don't understand the runes. So that's the best way to study them. Being with the runes is a whole different thing. I seriously try to avoid talking about specific runes in depth because then I will be forced to experience them. And I learned that when I went through on the thunderwizard.com channel. By the way, if you really want to learn runes, I talk about the runes there. So subscribe there at it's the $25 level. And I've got a lot of discussion about the runes, but when I went into depth and talked about each of the runes, I had to live them. And that kind of transformation is, maybe that's just me. I don't know if that happens to everybody, but that's what happens when I talk about the runes, I become them. And so, people ask, is it okay to tattoo the runes on yourself? I wouldn't. There's no way you could get me to tattoo the runes on me. No way. I would have to live that rune, and I don't know what challenges are in store for me with each rune. I have a lot of respect for them. I respect them that much that I'm not going to tattoo them on my body. I find that to be, so presumptuous and so limiting. You think that little of the power of the runes. The swastika. That's I think that's the Sanskrit word, swastika. Our ancestors called it the filfat. But it wasn't just used by Indo-Europeans. It was used also by Native Americans. Hopis used them, and they were used by Navajos. And Navajos would use them in sand paintings. But sand paintings were never meant to be permanent. They were meant, when you made them, they had a magical effect on the world, and then you were supposed to get rid of them. Anything that had a swastika in it, you had to get rid of it because it was a sign of transformation. And what do the idiots wear? The idiots put on their body swastikas. And what they're asking for unconsciously, see, here's the thing about racists. Racists are, on the one hand, very insecure and frightened. They're extremely frightened. Obviously, because they're afraid of anything they don't see as themselves, anything they don't understand, different from them. But they're very frightened. But what's happening unconsciously is they are pleading to be taken out of their ignorance. That's what you don't understand about them. On the unconscious level, they are pleading to Thor, because it's Thor's, swastika is Thor's sign of the thunder god, transformation. And specifically mental and psychological transformation. They are in a tremendous amount of pain because of their immaturity. And they are asking, please transform me. And they are exhibiting their ignorance with their exclusionism and their racism and their bigotry and their hatred. But when they mark themselves like that, Thor says, I will do that. I will transform you. And whether it's in this life or another lifetime, they may be asking to be, experience what it's like to be on the other side of hatred, maybe in another lifetime. They don't understand. So you can't play around with these things. Playing around with runes and, you can't play around with this stuff. I mean, you can, but, and the universe will give you leeway, but, when you know better, you can't play around with it anymore. So, you're not saying anything like that here, but you're asking the best way to study the runes. In all honesty, I think the best way to study the runes is to watch my videos and DVDs and books about it. That's what I think. Preparing yourself to do rune readings for others, you don't have to worry about that. The runes are fully capable of doing their own thing. Just get out of the way. Because this is something I learned a long time ago. I started, what really taught me about the runes was I was living in the woods. I had no money. I had no job. I was living in a cabin in the middle of the woods in North Idaho on the edge. I was the last cabin on that dirt road that had electricity. You went past that and you were off the grid. There was a sign in my yard that said, National Forest. I was literally on the boundary to the National Forest, to the Selkirk Mountains. That is the only place in the lower 48 that still has a full complement of all the natural indigenous wildlife. Grizzly bears and moose and elk and all that stuff. In any case, I was living there and I needed to do something for a living, and I was studying the runes and I wanted to write about the runes, and I decided to become a phone psychic. I'm not a psychic in that way, but I would do rune readings, and they didn't know that. They just knew I was giving them some reading, and that's how I learned the runes. You don't need to prepare. The runes will talk to you, and they will talk through you if you release yourself. So study as much as you want, but at some point you just gotta go and do the readings. So the short answer is don't worry about it, especially you. I already know you're ready. You can start now. You don't have to prepare yourself. Miguel M. Question. I codependent and have nice guy syndrome, and it's because my father, he's sociopath and made my fam all crazy, and he made bad things to me, and I just get insane thoughts of doing crazy things. What do? Go get help. Do you honestly think that there's something that I can say to you in a video in 30 seconds that's going to fix that? I mean, I read the other thing that you said. I didn't repeat it, but I read the other thing that you said and what your father did to you. You need help. Go see a psychologist. Go see a psychiatrist. Get help for that. Okay? Stop screwing around. There isn't a meditation or a word that I'm going to say that's going to heal that. It's like somebody comes on here and says, I've got a bleeding, pustulous, infected, what should I do? Go to the fucking hospital. Go get some help, man. Okay? Seriously. Go find help. Let's see, where did we go? Lokia, question. Thanks for that. It does feel like a cleanse. It's my second day out here alone. I would like to meditate. Would you recommend the Hula breath at this point? Well, listen, you know your body right now better than I do. It's my hat's off to you that you even want to do that. They say that the man flu, the man cold. The feminine can do a lot more with a cold than the masculine, apparently. So, if you're able to want to do stuff when you've got a flu, then all of my hair is off to you. having said that, in all seriousness, I don't recommend it, but if you feel like you want to do the whole breath, go ahead. Listen to your body, and your body will tell you whether or not it's going to help you or not. So I trust you, but you don't have to do it. If you want to do it, feel free. Test it out. You'll find out pretty quick. Rami, question, is there any similarities between Ketu and Odin? What an excellent question. We just talked about Ketu last time. Ketu is the Vedic god of death. He's the Vedic god of also enlightenment and transformation. He represents the things that you've mastered in a previous life, which means it's something that you really desired, and once you got it, you went, well, that's kind of cool, but it really didn't satisfy me, and all right, whatever. And that's what Ketu ultimately represents. Ultimately, your attachment to your ego, to your identity. You will ultimately realize that that is a limitation, and it will be taken from you. You will let go of it. And when you do that, then you will have achieved enlightenment. Again, what is enlightenment? Enlightenment is nothing more than you have achieved all of your desires. You do not reincarnate because you are punished. That is not how it works. Karma is not a punishment. Karma is when you have gone out of integrity of yourself, which we all do. This is a school. We make mistakes, and you can't learn if you don't make mistakes. We go after things we think we want, and we're mistaken about what it is we think we want. And, for instance, I talked about racists. Racists think that what they want is to only connect with people of their own race. That's not at all what's going on. What they want is they want to connect, but because they feel so frightened, they feel so unworthy, and they're so lonely that they only feel comfortable connecting to people they think they can relate to. And of course, they only relate to people that superficially look like them. Right? So, but what they really want is to connect with everything. What they really want is to feel the love of everybody. But they're far too frightened for that. So they're going to make that mistake. They will come back, and they will be on the other side of that. They will have to suffer persecution next time around. Not because it's a punishment, but because when the soul disconnects from the body, it goes, wow, I really missed the boat on that one. I don't want to miss the boat on that again. I want to learn how to connect. So put me on the other side of that. So this is, again, people ask me all the time when my videos on the Matrix, and I talk about we choose to be here and there are no victims. And if you have a life where you can honestly say because of the objective facts that you have been victimized, it means that this was your choice, that you said before you came down back again into reincarnation, you said, I want to be challenged in this area so I can really grow. I really want to learn. And why do you want to learn? You want to learn so you can be fulfilled. Again, the racists are going to come back, and they will have to experience, by their own choice, their soul will choose to do it. They will have to experience, being persecuted, because what they really want is to learn how to connect. And once that gets the challenge of that takes them out of the limitations of only going and connecting to who you think you are like, and you can connect to everybody, then what they're going to get is to be loved, to really have connection, to really have union with people. And then that desire will be satisfied. So it's all about satisfying your desires. That's why there's no such thing as, I don't believe that, that there's any such thing, that there's, that anybody is spiritually superior or inferior to anybody. Just because one guy's out in the wilderness and he's a naked yogi in the wilderness, and he's so spiritual, he's given up everything. Well, he's going to find out that that's not fulfilling either. He's going to go, wow, I did that, I mastered that, and that really wasn't all that fun. Let's go back this time, and this time I want to go the opposite direction. I just want to have, alcohol and hookers and gambling, and he wants to go in the other direction because he wants to fulfill the flesh. And then he's going to go, yeah, I did that. That wasn't really fulfilling either. I've got those things out of the way. Okay, next time I just want to be a normal human, and I want to live and have a family and have kids. This is what the soul does every single time. And enlightenment is nothing more that when you've gone through every single experience that your soul wants to experience, in however many hundreds or thousands of lifetimes, the soul sits there after the last life it does, and it goes, let's see, do I want to do anything? Mountain climbing? No. Surfing? No. King of the world? No. I did all that. You know what? I think I'm done. I can't think of anything that I want. I mean, I'll go back if you want. It's fun down there, but I don't need to go back. And then the universe says, no, you don't have to go back. Let's do this next thing, which is this. Which we'll talk about in other videos. Okay? So let's see, what else? Yeah, so the similarities between Ketu and Odin. Yeah, in order to get to Odin, Wod. Don't tell me what I'm writing. I know what I'm writing. Wod-en. Wod-en. He who is filled, consumed with Wod. Wod. You know, we have the word in English, wow. Wow. I believe that's what the word is. Wow. Wod. They do that in India as well. Wow. Wow. Means, you know, the ecstasy of, you know, your mind is blown. You're this guy. Your mind is just totally blown. That is Wod. He who is made up of that. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Because I just, whoa. I got into the wall of it and I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, Ketu and Odin. Yeah, so in order to get to that, now remember, in order to get to being filled with that, you have to release your identity. Now, Ketu will take, he'll obliterate it for you. So that when Ketu comes up in your chart, I better put this up here. When Ketu comes up in your chart, Ketu jumped in there for a second and obliterated me. When Ketu is in your chart, he's in everybody's chart, but when he's stimulated, what happens is that's what he does. He obliterates something that you are attached to. And it's very, very challenging. This week has been a week of Ketu for me. Ketu has come and obliterated my attachment to my wife's who passed away 8 months ago, almost 8 months ago. My attachment to her physical form and her physical personality, incredibly painful. And so there's sort of like a, you know, that dullness that you have when a wound is healing. I've been kind of in that state of dullness. Interesting, people think that I look happy, you know, so that's a good sign. It means that I'm actually healing. If what you see is happiness, it means that my spirit is shining through. But I'm not miserable, but this has been a very tough week. And, you know, seeing her in a different light. So in order to experience Odin, Ketu has to happen first. You have to first go through Ketu. That's why it's a sacrifice. He sacrificed himself to himself. He sacrificed himself, little s. Odin sacrificed his self to his self. You see, you get what I'm saying? He sacrificed who he thought he was, is I am this, I am that, I am these things, my name is this, I do this, I like that, I don't like this. Those are the things of our little self. The big self has no limitations. The Atman, the soul, the Saul, the Saul. So it's true connection to the soul. And Ketu has to come in and obliterate your identity. So Odin is doing it willfully. He is willingly tying himself and hanging upside down in this tree. And 9 long nights means the 9 aspects of the self, which are the 9 worlds. The 9 planets represent the 9 worlds, and they represent the 9 aspects of the individual. Let's see if I can go through them right now. No, I don't have time to go through them. We do that when we do rune readings. So this is why do you think I do Vedic astrology? Vedic astrology is showing you in this life what aspect of the world tree of your 9 selves that are working for you, working against you, what you have to strengthen, what you need to learn from. This is why there are 9 planets. This is why there are 9 worlds. This is why the number 9, this is why Odin is so into the number 9. There are only 9 parts of yourself. And those 9 parts, he goes through each one of them, goes through each aspect of his self, which are each one of the 8 directions, each one of the 9 planets. See what I mean? That's why this all comes. There's a reason why I do all this stuff. It's not random. There's a reason why I do all this stuff. And somebody said earlier, I appreciate it. Somebody said, now I understand why he talks about the Vedic so much. Now I don't know what it was I said that made them realize the connection. But to not see the connect. Not that this person didn't see it, but to not see the connection between our Vedic ancestors and our Norse ancestors, and to not see that they're both pointing back to an original Indo-European tradition, to me is, I don't understand how people can't see that. There's some people on a really level will go, yeah, the Vedic is nice, but why does he talk about it? How can you not understand that? Again, I'll say it again. They are the only religion and the only culture in the world that still retains its original Indo-European religion unbroken. The Hindu is the evolution of the Vedic. Still the same thing. And as I said, they will never be conquered because of that. Never. I don't know about the United States. The United States may come and go. We're not that old. But the Vedic Hindu tradition has been around for a very long time, and it will, as long as they stay connected to their ancestral tradition, there will never be an end to India. I don't believe it. Some people say India is the most spiritual. Well, the Indians say India is the most spiritual place in the world. Well, we could argue about that. There's a lot of very spiritual places, but the essence of that is true because they've never given up their belief. I mean, they never have. I have nothing but ultimate respect for that. How could I not? How could I not? That's Odin. I'm talking about Odin today. And so you hear what's coming out of me is coming from Odin right now. This is what Odin wants you to understand about this. This is what Odin is. This is what the Othal rune is all about. Again, people use the Othal rune to back up their racist nonsense. If you really understand the Othal rune, you will want to see yourself in every authentic tradition that goes back into prehistory. I studied with Africans, I studied with Taoists, studied with Sikhs. They all have that understanding. It goes back. Even the Sikh, even though the Sikh religion is not Vedic Hinduism, it is still a branch. A lot of people don't understand that. People think Sikhism is a combination of Hindu and Muslim. That could be the furthest thing from the truth. The Muslims, and the poor Sikhs that wear their turbans, they get, attacked by idiots because they think that they're Muslims. Muslims killed a lot of Sikhs. Sikhs fought against Islam. Anyway, there's a lot of desire coming through me wanting to show the ignorance of people. The ignorance of people who think that they know who Odin is. It's very sad. Anyway, I could go on about that for a long time. So let's see if there's any other questions here. Jedi Black Knight. Question. Odin sacrificing his eye. Is this analogous to Shukrakarya, the planet Venus, losing his eye? I'm not familiar with that. So I can't answer that, but it's very interesting. They would both be, Mercury and Venus would both be connected to that same essence. So I don't know. I can't answer the question because I'm not familiar with that part of the mythology. I have to educate myself on it. But that's interesting. Now I have something to go research. Thank you. Iowa X question. Would body painting a rune for a time be of use? Of course it would. But again, do you know what the hell you're doing? Do you really know what you're doing with that rune? Again, I'll talk about the Othal rune. Some racist guy paints Othal on his body. Or he puts Othal, tattoos Othal on his body, thinking that he's standing up for his people. He is asking to have his understanding of his people totally transformed. Does he really want to go through that? Does he really want to know what that's like? Because he's going to have to give up everything he thinks he knows about his people. So just be aware of that. You want to put a rune on your body, go for it. But you better be prepared in this life or in a later life. The runes especially. Listen, I teach Vedic mantra and the aksharas, which are the syllables. They're very powerful as well. Runes are a whole different category. Runes are pure kundalini fire. They are pure fire. I mean, I get chills thinking about it. They are a whole separate set of things. And so, when I chant the runes, it's a whole different deal. We should talk about that. I'll have to talk about that next time I take a break here. So yeah, it's useful. And if you want to do it, go ahead and do it. That our ancestors believed in living fearlessly. Our ancestors, would be willing to die in the process. Like Odin, he sacrificed himself to himself. He died to himself. A very extreme thing to achieve enlightenment. So if you think that you can do that and you want to do that, now that you're talking to me, I will tell you it's going to have a different shift. If you hadn't talked to me, you would be given a pass, because the universe will give you a pass if you don't know any better. But once you know, you're not given a pass anymore. I know because I've learned it. I've proved it to myself. So now you know. The runes are nothing to play around with. And definitely, if you're going to put something on it so you can show somebody, look at my rune, your ego is involved, forget about it. Forget about it. You are asking for major transformation. Most likely it will be very challenging. So yes, if you feel that you can handle it, look at me. Do you see any runes on my body? Have you ever seen runes on my body anywhere? And I am a teacher of the runes? What does that tell you? I don't have the ego around. I don't think that I know enough that I know what I'm doing to put runes on my body. If you know better than me, and maybe you do, be my guest. I wouldn't do it. Okay, let's see here. Gathered Minds question. Would you ever trade an hour for a consult? I could share with you a secret on how to make more money with your business. If you're interested in that, I've purchased your books. Let me just see if I understand what you said. You're going to teach me how to make more money with my business, and yet you're not willing to pay for an hour of my time. Are you making that much money that you have to get a free consult with me? You don't see the irony in that? I don't do that. If I knew you and you had earned that reputation from me, you may be right. I don't know you. Maybe you are brilliant. Maybe you do have something of value. But listen, if you really honestly want to respect what's coming through me, you're going to have to pay for it. You're going to have to pay for my time. And there's a lot connected to that. And that's there for your benefit. You get what you pay for. So I don't know you. I haven't sought you out. I haven't asked for your knowledge or your wisdom. If I had, that would be something different, but I haven't. It's disrespectful from my perspective. I'm talking about me now. It's disrespectful for me to give away my time and not charge for it. That is something that the universe has been very clear to me. That if I want to be helpful to people, I have to charge for my time. People want to trade all the time, and I get it. And sometimes, there are some things here. This was a trade. It was worth it to me, but he had already earned my respect in a lot of ways. So maybe you have the right to be that presumptuous. I don't know, but at this point, I'm going to say no to your very kind offer. And the fact that you've purchased my books does not somehow ingratiate me to you. It means that I owe you something. I make almost nothing off the books. If you buy a book, do it because you did it for yourself. Don't tell me about it. Okay? Do it because you did it for yourself. But thank you for the offer. Right now I'm going to say no. Harold Dale, question. In the ritual that you provide, what are your benefits for facing in a certain direction? The direction has to do with, let's say you want to worship Mars, right? And Mars is in Libra. Libra is a Venus sign. So the direction for Venus is southeast. So that means that when you do a Mars mantra or a Mars deity mantra, if that is in your chart, you face southeast because Mars has said, I need to learn from Libra. I need to learn from Venus. So Mars is worshiping Venus. And Mars wants to face in the direction of Venus to learn from it. And that's, you can only get that, every chart is different. So you need to understand, what's in your specific chart. And so that's what the ritual is about. That's why the direction is so important. Oh, God. Let's see how far this line of thinking goes here. X Fox, question. What does the term racist mean to you? Can any other race be racist besides white people? Oh my God, do I want to tear you a new one. You're racist. You have racist tendencies or you wouldn't even ask that question. So what I'm hearing you say is that when I use the term racist, you feel guilty. And guilt is self-directed anger. And so you respond to defend yourself by saying, well, other races are racist too. You already know the answer to that fucking question. Seriously, grow the fuck up. I'm sorry, but that's not plain to you? People, think about your questions before you ask them. Think about what you think I'm going to say, and think if you already know the answer to that question. You didn't ask that question. You wanted to make a statement. You wanted to say, well, other races are racist too. It's not just white people. You know what one of the most racist movies I've ever seen? What was that movie called? Dances with Wolves. One of the most racist movies I've ever seen. I'll tell you why. Because almost every white person that went to go see the movie, including myself, when I went to go see it, they watched it and they got so into Kevin Costner's character because he was good to the Indians, and the unconscious message is, I'm not like those other white people. I'm not like those other racists. And yet, what is the whole movie about? The whole movie is about the white guy who goes to save the poor, stupid Indians. Like, they're so stupid they don't even know how to use a gun. And one guy uses it to hit the guy in the face, and he has to turn around and teach him how to shoot because the Indian is too stupid to know how to use a gun. And if it wasn't for him, then those white people would really go out and get him, and he's going to protect him. He's not like those other white people. This is called white guilt. Your question is full of white guilt. So seriously, wake the fuck up. Think about your question before you ask it. Because if you ask a question that's going to come out of your ego, that's going to come out of your fear, that's going to come out of especially a manipulative question like that. That is a manipulative question. You're trying to manipulate me into answering things your way so that you feel better. I'm going to slice you a new one. You came to me to learn, so just be prepared. Think before you ask. Okay? All right, let's see what else here. Sean 303 question. Given that the soul is naturally already blissful, what else is there to learn to be enlightened? What a great question. Is enlightenment a state of bliss that the soul already enjoys? Yeah, that's the whole reason that we incarnate. So, see, here's what we don't understand. Enlightenment is not leaving the body. People think when I leave this body and all of the trappings of being human and I'm in the bliss of the I'll be enlightened. Enlightenment is here now. The soul says, I need to understand I'm in this infinite bliss all the time. I need to limit myself so that I can experience challenge, and from that I can learn. The enlightenment is here. It's not there. It's here. That's why it's so important to drop the victim mentality. So important to not be a victim and take full responsibility for your life, no matter how horrible it's been. That's the enlightenment. Okay, I think I answered the question there. Knut Karstensen. Question part. As soon as people do this, they come together from... okay. Where's the question going to come in? As soon as people do this, they come together from all over, Hindu, Wicca, Norse. Do the initiation rituals have anything to do with the number 9 in any way? There's a lot in that question. I mean, I can't even sift through it. There's so much stuff thrown into that question. You want to ask me, is the number 9 in any of my rituals? Yes. You have to ask a better question. Be more specific so I can answer that question better. Donna Marie, question. Is there any value to Western astrology, or is it completely in conflict with Vedic? Here's what I understand about Vedic astrology is based on the sidereal zodiac, which Western astrology uses as well. The sidereal zodiac is the stars that are shining on you right now. 2,000 years ago, Western and Vedic, both the sidereal and the tropical zodiac were linked up because Aries had just started. The beginning of all of the signs had just started. Aries, boom, it was all lined up. So it didn't matter which one you were looking at, you were seeing the stars directly above your head, so they had the same purpose. They start shifting now because now the tropical zodiac is going off the sky above you by 1 degree every 72 years. So here's my take on that. I'm not going to say that there isn't any value. What I want to point out is that people, Western astrologers for the most part, are clueless over the fact that it's not doing the function they think it's doing. They do Western readings thinking that it's looking at the sky and acknowledging how the light is hitting us and what it's doing to us. That light on that chart, that tropical zodiac chart, no longer has to do with us. The sun. Western astrology focuses on the sun. The tropical zodiac is the earth relative to the sun, not the earth relative to the sky above it. That's the sidereal zodiac. So for me, Western astrology, and I'm not, this is a theory, so I would have to study it to learn. But my theory is that Western astrology is valuable if you want to see the experience of the ego, the identity. So if you look at a Western chart just simply in terms of your identity, your ego, your internal ego, then I think it may have value. But if you want to use it to understand your personality, to understand how you interact with the planets and the stars, then you need Vedic, because Western astrology is off. It's just so inaccurate because of that. I think I think it reflects the unconscious narcissism of Western society, which is all about the age of Pisces. The age of Pisces is all about, the ego, the king, the queen, there's serfs, and then there's the elite. That's why we're so focused on the elite in our society. You go into other places of the world, they don't focus on the elite like we do, because we're still wrapped up in our ego, which is the sun. And that's why Western astrology focuses on the sun. You didn't think that was your question was as deep as it was, but thank you for asking that. Okay, so all right, here we go. So that's it. No more questions. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back and see if I can focus myself back on. Let's see. Am I doing this right? On some things having to do with Odin and his sacrifice. So, I'll be right back. All right, so I want to do some talking about Odin's sacrifice. So I told you that I believe that Odin sacrificed himself upside down on the Tree of Life. 9 long nights. I already explained that is in reference to not only the 9 worlds, the 9 planets, the 9 aspects of the human being, that he obliterated his attachment to each one of those aspects of himself. The superconscious, the subconscious, the unconscious, the ego, connecting to, our relationship to others. All of these are the 9 directions in the 9 planets. He obliterated all of those. Obliterated all of his limitations and his attachments to that. He died to them. It wasn't easy. Screaming, he took up the runes, it says. Screaming, meaning that it was a challenging thing for him to go through. The tree is the spinal column. So Let me see if I can put this into words. In order to get to the roots of the tree, right? Some people say that the roots of the tree are up here. The top of the branches are down here, if we're talking about the spinal column. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if I even want to get into that part. But, he says when he talks about the tree, that he sacrificed himself to himself on that tree of which no man knows from where its roots run. That makes me wonder, does he know? Is he no longer a man? Because he knows the depths of those roots, the depths of himself. So there's an understanding that human beings do not know the source of their humanity, and that in order to understand that, you have to get to that. That I'm going to attribute to the unconscious. You have to understand you have to become conscious of that which you are not conscious. I talk about it a lot. I've made some references to that a lot. Like I said, wanting to put what you think to be a racist symbol on your body. What you're really doing unconsciously is that you're pleading to be relieved of your ignorance. That's what's happening on the unconscious level. You're not aware of that. Consciously, you think, oh, I'm standing up for my people and the blah, blah, blah. What's really happening is you're saying, please, please free me from this ignorance. It's killing me. Please. That's the unconscious. Let's see, what else did I want to talk about here? What's coming up now is that there's 9 points on the body. We talk about the 7 chakras. There are actually 9 of them. But easier if we talk about the Taoist points of the body, there are 9. When you do the ritual of the spell of the 9 knots, you can go on to Michael, or you can go on to Amazon and look for this DVD. And in that spell of the 9 knots, I show you where the 9 points of the body are and how to, in a sine wave, to open them up. Opens you up to the 9 worlds. 9 nights. He was also opening up all of the 9 portals on his body as he went through it. Let's see, there were some other things here that I wanted to share about. The spinal column, Kundalini versus Chi. So understand this is Odin. This is not Thor. Whatever Thor does has to do with life force energy and life force energy and its connection to consciousness. Because Thor is a god of the mind. Regardless of what the Asatru leader says when he went and talked about Thor, and Thor didn't think very clearly, and he was very reactive, and he had a bad temper. Total ignorance of who Thor was. Thunar, Lord of the Mind. So when we're talking about Odin, Odin is the intellect that has been transformed. So it's the obliteration of the intellect. That's why I picked that picture, because he is the god of the enlightened intellect. But in order for the intellect to really do its job, it has to be obliterated. And what needs to be obliterated by the intellect is its limitations. And the ironic thing about that is that the intellect is all about limitation. Intellect means to pick apart from among. In the word intellect is the word, the Latin word to read, legere, means to pick apart. When you're reading a sentence, you're picking apart the symbols and the letters, and then you're reforming it, you're creating specific words. You're picking things apart. That's why people who have strong intellects make good lawyers and good, writers, and people who can pick things apart. Scientists, you have to pick things apart. Picking things apart is good, but in order to get to the true intellect, which is the fusion of the mind and the intellect, you have to be able to destroy all the limitations and still know that they're there. And this is what Odin does. Odin's direction is north. His planet is Mercury. The direction for both of them is in the north. What is in the north? The north is the mist world. The mist world represents the aspect of life force energy that has the least amount of cohesion. So it's not Ginnungagap, the yawning chasm, the void. It's not the void, but it's the first condensation. That's why it's called mist. What is mist? It's condensation. It's the first condensation of life force energy into the material, but it still doesn't have any real specificity. If we were to go into the mist world, it would pull us apart. It would vaporize us, because we have too many specific things. My name is this, I'm this tall, I do that, I like this, I don't like that, I feel this way, I am this, I'm not that. So when you're in the mist world, all of that stuff is gone, and it represents the closest we can get in the physical realm to Ginnungagap, the closest we can get to unmanifested potential. And so the reason why Odin is represented in the north is because he is the guardian of the north. He's also the guide to the north, which means if you need to go there, you have to have him take you there, because he's the only one that is able to have his identity completely obliterated and yet still remember who he is and what is essential about who he is. So when he takes you into the mist world, he can keep your identity intact. Of course, you will lose a lot of stuff you don't need, which will be very challenging for you. This is again why Odin is so frightening. His name Ug, the frightening one. This is why he's frightening to us, because when we connect with him, he's looking at us going, how can I preserve their intellect and obliterate all the things that they don't need? And so for us, it feels like we're dying, like he's destroying us. He's not. He's only destroying tiny little pieces of us that we're attached to. Well, I think I'm this, I'm that. And then when you die to that, then your limitations are expanded. And this is what he represents in terms of the intellect. And this is what is happening to him. When he hangs on that tree, this is what happens to him. That's why he's the only God that can travel to all of the worlds. That's why he rides the tree of life, Yggdrasil, the horse of Ygg. This is why he rides Sleipnir, Slipper. He can slip between the worlds because he's not limited by his own ego limitations. We are. We live in middle yard. Midgard. It means it has a wall around it. Yard, you have a backyard. Your backyard is actually the wall, your back wall. It's the wall that walls you off, and your backyard is yours because it's walled off from other people. It's a fort. So Midgard means the middle fortress. We live in a fortress because we are in the middle of all of the other 8 worlds. We are only one of 9. And all of the other 8 worlds intersect into ours. And so if we didn't have a fortress there protecting us, that would mean all of the power of the 9 worlds would be coming in at once, and it would be too much. Life wouldn't be able to sustain itself. This planet has an atmosphere around it. It has a magnetosphere, and it has a gaseous atmosphere and all that kind of stuff because it protects us. We've got stuff that protects us from the radiation of the sun. This is in our atmosphere. This is in the yard, the fortress. So we need to live in a place where we can keep our limitations and our identity, right? Odin is the only deity who can go anywhere he wants. He can go into hell, come back out. Hell is the underworld. He can go to Asgard. We wouldn't be able to go to Asgard either, by the way. It'd be too bright. It would burn us to a crisp. We wouldn't be able to go off into the east, into the realm of the giants, because they would stomp all over us. We wouldn't be able to go into the west because the west is a realm of death. We would die. We would physically die because the west is the realm of time. The Vanir are gods of time and experience. They are the elder gods because they live in time. The Aesir are the gods of the celestial deities. They live in timeless perfection. We live here in Midgard. Okay, let's see what else I want to say about this. The Kundalini is about the self, is about the ego, is about the identity. So the tree of life is in fact the spinal column. And Odin hung on the spinal column, which is, the spinal column has the Kundalini. When the Kundalini rises, it means that the identity is purifying itself. Every time it goes through one of the 7 chakras, it is maturing past its identity. That's what, when people get Kundalini and Chi mixed up, it doesn't make any sense, because in Sanskrit you have 2 words. You have Kundalini and you have Prana. Prana is life force energy, breath energy, and Kundalini is something else. So Odin is a god of Kundalini. He is a god of the awakened identity. People think that that empowering the Kundalini is going to give you enlightenment. It won't. In fact, Kundalini awakening and Kundalini experiences are always experiences of the psyche. That's why people who have Kundalini sickness are insane. It's because they don't know how to view their ego. They think they're having an enlightenment. By the way, Kundalini, when it opens up, it doesn't give you an experience. If you get tingly, you get hot flashes, that means that you're imbalanced. It doesn't mean that you're aware. Whether you're blissed out in Kundalini or whether you think you're being attacked by demons, it's all the same. It's your ego. It's your identity is in crisis. So a true Kundalini enlightenment, there will be no experience other than you will achieve maturity. You'll know where you stop and other people begin. That's all there is. You'll just become a human. It's not enlightenment. It's about being a fully conscious human. But the soul is not Kundalini. The soul is something beyond that. And Odin represents the fully evolved psychological intellect and ego. And he's obliterated all of the limitations that prevent you from being a true human. Okay? All right. Let's see what other questions there are. All right, let's see here. Emerson's Coffee Bite question: How is the surfing going, and when are you visiting South America? There hasn't been much waves lately, so I haven't been doing a lot of surfing lately, and I don't have South America on my calendar at the moment, but that would be a nice thing to do. Cosmo Joe question: I'm a bit confused. Did the sacrifice make Odin a god, or was he a god before? Why does that confuse you? I mean, think about that. Why does that confuse you? I would venture to say that he became a god as a result of the sacrifice. But, the other question is, what does it mean to be a god? How do you know you're not a god? I mean, you incarnated. Again, people don't understand what a tremendous privilege it is to incarnate. Really, they just have, and that's part of the human condition. We don't realize it. But what a tremendous privilege. For a soul to get the right to become a human is a huge deal. And you pick the worst soul you can think of. Pick the worst person in history. That person's soul had achieved a lot to be given the right to become a human. So I don't know that I have an answer to your question. It's something to meditate on, though. But then again, Cosmo Joe, you've got a strong intellect. You're always trying to figure stuff out. Learn how to not know. Stay confused. That's the best place for you to be, is to stay confused. Don't try and figure out one or the other. That makes you feel safe, makes you feel in control. Be out of control for a while. Don't know the answer. Okay, let's see. Swift Data question: does Odin reincarnate on Earth to help us evolve? No. Odin was never a physical human being like you and I, and he doesn't reincarnate on Earth to help us evolve. There are some historical people who, in Scandinavia and wherever, who claim to be direct descendants of Odin, and that Odin was a king, and that is what humans, especially in that time period in the Middle Ages, people wanted to mythologize their kings and their queens so they could say, I'm descended from so and so. But no, he does not. That's Vishnu. And even that is symbolic. But Odin doesn't do that. Susie Jotun's wife, question: are you still considering doing a class about Odinic staff carriers? Yes. Thank you for asking. All right, now what I want to do is, well, first, I'm going through a lot. The universe is doing a lot through me. There's a lot of knowledge that's being given to me, which I'm kind of hanging on to my seat and sort of dealing with. But when the astrology certification really starts going through the roof, which it hasn't yet, some of them are getting some readings, but when that really starts going through the roof, then I'll focus on other certifications. I don't want to keep giving out certifications, without, just for the sake of doing it. So I am going to do it, just not right away. Let's see. Iowa X, question: Odin's sacrifice of his eye was before the tree of life. Why? If I don't have the answer, I won't pretend that I do. And I don't have the answer to that question. I will have to meditate on that. I don't even know. TCX isn't a question, but he says nobody agrees on what racism. Racism is pretty clear. It's it's any kind of exclusion or comparison based on external factors like ethnicity and skin color. Racism is pretty clear. I don't know why there's this confusion. It's bigotry, and it doesn't matter what level of bigotry we're talking about. There's spiritual bigotry, there's class bigotry, there's religious bigotry, there's ethnic, there's cultural, there's linguistic. I mean, bigotry is bigotry. Racism is racism. I mean, let's not make it more deep than it has to be. So let's stop bullshitting ourselves. Come on. Cosmo Joe, question: what preserves of the individual awareness after enlightenment? You thought the intellect is what well, let me see if I got this right. What preserves of the individual awareness after enlightenment ascension? I thought it was the intellect. Well, let me be the bearer of bad news, my friend. The intellect is going to be the first to go, because enlightenment ascension is the eradication of all limitations. The intellect, by its definition, is about understanding the limitations. You know, I'm constantly giving you a hard time, and to your, you know, to your credit, you still keep coming on and, you know, let me attack your attachment to your intellect. But I keep saying the intellect is about trying to prevent the eradication of self. It's about being in control. That's why, again, when you do energy work, your head hurts. Your head hurts because you are trying to figure everything out. It's coming from fear. You're going to have to lose that sense of self. Odin is all about complete eradication of the sense of self. The reason why he's a representative of the intellect is because he is the only one that shows us how to use the intellect without being trapped in the illusion of limitation. He is the protector of that. So he allows you to keep your intellect and he guides you through that. But make no mistake, the intellect will not survive. Your identity, who you think you are, will be obliterated when you achieve enlightenment. And it's okay if you don't want that. I said this to you, you know, a couple days ago. If you want to hold on to your identity, you can. You know, but, you know, stop bullshitting. Let's stop bullshitting ourselves about what enlightenment is. And it will be valuable for you to acknowledge the confusion and if there's any fear about losing your identity, and to really meditate on the idea of control. You and I have two different ideas of what it means to be a god. You think a god, I could be wrong here, but I get the sense that you think a god is somebody who's preserved his ego and then he's going to rise through the ranks and keep his ego. That's why you asked the question earlier about was he a god before he achieved enlightenment? Because to you, a god is something else. What you want, you're going to have to lose what it is you think you need. You have to take everything you think is important about enlightenment and about spirituality and turn it on its head. Okay, let's see what else. Jeremy Davis, question. Is the reason for Asgardians' long lives because they have the ability to stop all their energy from leaking? A lot of assumptions in that question. You didn't hear what I said. Asgard is the fortress of the Os, the fortress of the Aesir. By the way, here's an interesting note. In the Hindu tradition now, they still have the two gods, the celestial and the terrestrial. The celestial gods are called Devis, and the terrestrial gods are called Asuras. The word Asura is the same word for the Asgardians, Aesir. And originally, the Asuras were the gods. Indra was an Asura. But for some reason, I don't understand, there was some shift in the language, and they took the meaning of the celestial gods and attributed it to the terrestrial deities. So, and now it's translated as demon, and it doesn't mean demon in the same way. It means the Vanir, the Wanes. So we have the Aesir and the Vanir, the celestial gods and the terrestrial gods. Anyway, that's just a fun fact for you. The Asgardians, the Aesir, are the celestial deities of timeless purity. So they don't live long lives because they don't live in time. In order to live long lives, they have to live in time. They don't live in time. They live in timeless purity. I don't know if you're confusing the comic book Asgardians to the actual mythological Aesir. You know, the comic book stuff is fun, but it has nothing to do with the real understanding of the mythology. So the Aesir are children. They're infants, if you want to know the truth. That's why they are so black and white in their thinking. That's why they represent purity. That's why they represent uh, they represent morality, because little kids think in black and white terms. Now, they do have purity, so you have to be in their realm to understand it. This is why the Northeast, which is the realm, the direction of Asgard, the Northeast is also a demon door. It's where you put your altar. You know, if you don't know where to put your altar, put it in the Northeast, because that will guard the Northeast from, because that's a realm that's a door that demons can come through. Now, how do demons come through the realm of purity? Through fundamentalist dogmatism. This is why the religions that are the most dogmatic, fundamentalist Christianity, Islam, this is why these people do really, really, really horrible things in the name of God, is because they are so childish in their beliefs and their understandings that they can't tell that their ego and their fear is attached to their whole belief system. So you put an altar there in the Northeast so that your purity can be protected from the extremes of dogmatism. So they're infants. They live in timeless perfection. So they don't live forever. So that's a misunderstanding. And this whole idea of you're asking me, do they have the ability to stop their energy from leaking? That makes me want to ask you a bunch of questions about why you feel your energy is leaking, which probably means that you have some codependent issues with your, I want to say borders, but I mean your. See, when I start talking about Odin and stuff, I start losing it. I start going out. It's hard for me to stay down here and talk. I start going into other places. Your boundaries. Makes me want to ask you if you have some codependent boundary issues. Susie Jotun's wife, are you familiar with any of the agricultural aspects of Odin, such as farmer, corn king, etc.? No, I'm not. Sean 303 question. After several months of Kundalini meditation, I experienced nothingness into light in third eye area, great bliss, a wind in my room, and a candle melted down. Was this immature enlightenment? I'm not going to say it's immature enlightenment. I don't even know if it was enlightenment, for one thing. You know, enlightenment has an understanding of reaching the pinnacle, that there's nothing left to reach. If you had reached that, you wouldn't still be in your human body. You would have phased out of existence. I haven't reached it. I'll be the first to tell you I have not achieved enlightenment. And I keep saying that there is no human being on this planet that has. And any human being that claims to have achieved enlightenment is either deluded or is conning you. So I don't know what you experienced. I'm happy. It sounds like it was a lot of fun, but it was just that. It was an experience. And, you know, you're assuming that it was Kundalini meditation. I don't know what that means. I don't know if you were actually raising the Kundalini or if it's just called that, but, you know, I mean, I don't want to destroy that. I mean, here's the litmus test of any experience. The litmus test of any experience is, will it change you in ways that make you more effective, more happy, more successful, and more mature, and make other people respond to you positively and feel, you know, like more and more people keep saying, wow, you've really changed. I like being around you. That's a sign that something has happened. If it doesn't translate into any of that, then it's just an experience. And don't get your ego attached to any experience. It doesn't mean anything. I learned that a long time ago. I worked with masters who could do all kinds of crazy stuff, and they were the least enlightened people I've ever known. I had experiences where I could do some really crazy things with my energy, and you know, I ultimately stopped focusing on it because it didn't bring me happiness. Happiness is the only thing that matters to me. I just want to be happy. That's all I care about. So I'm not going to say it was immature or even that it was enlightenment. congratulations that you had that. Take it for what it is. I was going to say this, experiences don't mean anything ultimately, except if your psyche can latch on to that experience and have that experience give you the motivation to take continued action in a more mature fashion. A lot of people have an experience, but then it doesn't give them the ability to change their lives. This is why, again, I don't recommend taking any kind of hallucinogen. And I have a friend of mine who I've known for a long time, and he has addiction issues. He's addicted to numerous, and he'll be the first to tell you he's addicted. Got all kinds of health problems and all kinds of other stuff. I've known him since we were kids. He's still I would still say my best friend on the whole, but he's not perfect. And so you see, I don't judge people as higher or lower mature. I mean, that's just his life. He's still my friend. I don't judge him for any of that. But he was talking about some hallucinogen. If I could remember the name off the top of my head, you know what I was talking about. And it's a hallucinogen that you take it or you smoke it, and it only lasts for like 30 seconds or a minute, but you end up going somewhere and have this trip. And if you can go online and type it in, you'll see people flipping out and jumping out windows and, crawling and rolling themselves up into carpets and all kinds of really funny stuff like that. And they, or people going somewhere else and you find out where they went to a whole different dimension and you see in their eyes. And he said, he was telling me about this and he was saying, but this really does do something. He said, it changed me. Now, I didn't say anything to him, but my thought process was, yeah, but so what? That change that you seem to walk around feeling different hasn't given you the ability to get your shit together. Your life is still a fucking mess. So who cares? Experience doesn't mean anything ultimately, unless it gives you the strength to then take the actions to make your life better and make other people's lives better. If it's just an idea in your head, it's meaningless. Okay. Cosmo Joe, question. Wow, you really want to talk about the intellect. You're really struggling with this. What is it then that is Odin that can use the intellect? What is the name of that element that survives, that still retains its individual will? Well, that's the intellect. You want me to give it a name? You want me to tell you what it is so that you think you understand it? The whole point is I want you to stay in a space of not understanding it. Because even if I give a name to it, that doesn't mean that you have any experiential knowledge of it. Odin's space of being is a space of experience. It's a space that you can't put words to. You're trying to use the intellect to get rid of the intellect. Do you see that? You're so dependent upon your intellect. You can't use the intellect to get rid of the intellect. So I'm just, you got to be comfortable being uncomfortable. And whatever that's going to take, I mean, I'm obviously not doing my job because I'm not giving you the ability to let go of that. Whatever it's going to take for you to get there is what it's going to take. And, however long you got to struggle through that, we're all struggling with something. Listen, I've come to some kind of a shift this past week, but like I said, I was really like attached to this individual there. She no longer exists in that form. The parts of her that made up, obviously her physical body, her brain, her mind, her identity, her likes, her dislikes, her faults, her strengths, all of those things are limits, they're limitations. And I think that, I think she and I were both going through this together. She may have still been letting go of herself. But I now have a deeper understanding that will never exist again. And it was very, very, traumatic for me, trying to figure out, because what I wanted what I understood her to be to continue to exist, and it doesn't. It won't. She's going to be born into another body. It's going to have another name. She might even be a different sex. It's going to be tough for me. I'm very, I'm very heterosexual, so that kind of gets rid of that option, right? I mean, like, she'd be way too young for me anyway, but see what I mean? I don't know who she's going to be, what limitations she's going to give to herself. I don't know. So the only thing that I can connect to now to be helpful to her and myself is to connect to that part of her that's undifferentiated. And that's been very, very challenging for me to let go and to realize that I'm in love with all of those specific things about her that no longer exist. And now I got to switch and be in love with that which has no boundaries. It's a whole other deal. Which means that then I can move on and, maybe fall in love again with somebody else. Fall in love with somebody else and their individual idiosyncrasies that merge with mine and give us joy on the human level. I have to do that to get there. And I want to get there. I want that. All right, so. All right, so no more questions. All right, let's take a break and I'll see if I have anything left to say. Okay, there is something else that I did want to say, and I'm glad that I remembered it because it's important. So, I know that I hung on, this is Odin speaking about his sacrifice on the world tree. I know that I hung on a windy tree 9 long nights, wounded with a spear. Wounded with a spear. So he has a spear, which is named, all the gods have weapons. And each of the weapons are symbolic. Thor's is his hammer, obviously. And Odin has Gungnir, his spear. So, a spear is really important symbolically. Because a spear represents the spinal column. And a spear, the name for the spear in Sanskrit is very symbolic. It's called a Shakti, right? You hear me talk about Shakti all the time. What is Shakti? Shakti is the feminine essence. It is Kundalini. Kundalini is Shakti. Where does Kundalini reside? In the spinal column. The spinal column, people say when Kundalini rises, people talk about feeling the spinal column vibrate. So what warriors all over the world, by the way, this isn't just any particular culture, but warriors all over the world, especially when they stand there in a line and they have those huge spears. You know, we think of the sword and the shield, but that wasn't the main battlefield weapon. The main battlefield weapon were these huge spears that would go in, and when the spearmen in the front, after they had clashed and whatever, then the guys behind him would bring out their sword and their shields. But you first start with the shield and the spear. And, a lot of Germanic names have spear in it, like Roger. Roger is Hrothgar. Gar is spear, right? Some people say that the word German was Garman, the spear man. That means that the spear was especially for the Germanic people, because the pre-Roman Germanic tribal people did not have a lot of technology, so they didn't have a lot of metal swords and metal. They had wood, so they had a lot of spears. So they were fierce with the spear, and they would do. I wish I could find it. There's a video on YouTube of some guys using the spear in the way that those guys did, and they'd flip it around their neck, and they would do all kinds of crazy things with these spears. But what Odin does before he goes into battle is the other army is standing in front of him, and what and I said Odin, but the Germanic tribes, what they would do is, before they would go into battle and they're facing each other on the battlefield, somebody, probably one of the strongest guys, would take a spear and hurl it over the heads of the opposing army as a sacrifice to Odin. Because the belief is when you die in battle, you go to Odin to be one of Odin's warriors. It's an honor. This is really important to understand. Listen, our ancestors didn't go to war for the sake of going to war. And if you had to go to war, you had such respect for your enemy that before you killed them, you were giving them to Odin, which was where, and these might be completely different. Again, the racial thing. These people could be from a completely different culture, a completely different language. They could be racially totally different. You still did the same thing. You threw your spear over their heads as a sacrifice to Odin, because you were giving them a higher incarnation, as it will. You understood the value of their lives, and you were giving them by you knew you were gonna your intent was to kill them, but you wanted them to go to the next level. You wanted them to go to the highest level. So that means all of those defeated warriors, if they came from another culture or another race, guess what that means? That means that they were given to Odin, which means Valhalla is filled with people from all over the world. If you were defeated by a Germanic warrior and you were of a different race, guess where you went? You went to Valhalla. So again, another thorn in the side of the racists. But what is the spear? The spear is Shakti. The word Shakti comes from the same root word in English to shake. And it comes from that, is when the Kundalini rises up the spine trembles. Now, what warriors would do is they're standing in a line. So imagine all these guys standing in a line, and they have all got these huge spears, 10 foot long or however long they are, made of wood. When you shake them, they go. You can do it with a broomstick, or you can do it. You just shake it a little bit, and then it starts to. There's a Shakti, there's a spear, is the spinal column. So Odin's weapon is the spinal column, the spear. This tells you that Odin is a god of Kundalini enlightenment. So, and that's right there. He's wounded by it, which means that his enlightenment wounded him. I mean, it wouldn't say that if it didn't, if it made him happy, if it gave him an orgasm, it would have said that. It doesn't say that. It said it wounded him. What was he wounded by? He was wounded by his own Shakti, his own spear, his own spinal column, his own Kundalini wounded him. And what does it mean by wound? When we feel wounded, it means we're attacked. So he was attacking his own limitations. He sacrificed himself to himself. Last one is, again, I've talked about this a lot, but Jesus sacrificed him. Well, he was forced to sacrifice himself for others, which again Odin detests. Because if you have to sacrifice yourself for others, it means you don't think they're capable of achieving their own self-awareness. And there is nothing more demeaning. It's the worst insult you can give a warrior, is to say, oh, let me do it for you. You can't do it for yourself. That's not a gift. That's why Odin hates Christianity. Hates it. Because Christianity takes men's identity, in a good way. It's their sense of self, their ability to achieve their own enlightenment. Christianity takes it away. It says, let me give it to you, you stupid weakling. Odin says, if you're a human being, you have the ability to achieve your ultimate enlightenment, and only you can give it to you. You have to sacrifice yourself to yourself. So for those of you who I've given a hard time about being connected to your ego, to your intellect, this is what I'm saying to you. You have to give that up. That thing that you think protects you, that thing that you think will give you enlightenment, which gives you this feeling of control because you think you understand, because you think you know, you're going to have to die to that. You're going to have to give that up. And if that's painful for you, that's the spear. It's the spear wounding you. Your own Kundalini is going to wound you if you keep holding on too tightly to what you think you know. So that means Odin had to go through that fear of not knowing what the hell was going to happen. But what he had was this unbending desire to achieve his own self-awareness. And he was willing to die to get it. He said, I'm going to get self-awareness or I'm going to die in the process. Death is a real thing, man. Death is fucking real, man. That's all I can say. It's one thing, to see it from afar, but when it's right in front of you, especially when it's something you really care about, death is a real fucking thing, man. And it's giving me a continued awareness of, just to be in the moment and just experience and enjoy every moment that you can, because once it's gone, it's gone. I really like being me. I won't lie to you. I like how I've evolved. I like the fact that I'm 54 years old and I keep getting healthier, and that my body still responds well to exercise, and I'm getting more and more committed to my health, and I'm exercising a lot, and my body's responding really well to it. And I look young. People think I'm in my 40s until I start, letting all the gray come out. People think I'm in somebody said they thought I was in my 30s. I love that. But I'm going to have to give up all this. Death will come for me. Death will take away all of the things that I think I am. I did have an experience when I was 7 years old. I've shared about this. I did have an experience where I merged with what I believed to be my true essence, which was my soul. Now, of course, I was a 7-year-old and I was a Christian, so what I thought had happened is that I went to heaven and saw Jesus. Now, of course, I didn't see Jesus. What I saw was that light that you hear people talking about when they die. And they go, Buddhism talks about this, that, when you die, your first experience is to see this light. How you respond to that light will determine whether or not you're reborn again. And if you're still attached to identity or limitation on any level, then you will avoid the light. And what is it that the people say now? That the flat earthers, they say, don't go to the light, avoid the light. Why? They are so attached to their ego, and they are so afraid of death. They're afraid of the beings of light. Don't go, it's trying to lie to you. It's not trying to lie to you, it's trying to take away all of your limitations. Because in order to fuse with that, you got to get rid of your limitations. They don't want to. That's why they're so afraid. Or the fear, whatever, whichever comes first. And when I had this experience, and I went to what I thought was heaven, I came out of the Earth's atmosphere, and I rose up, and I saw this light. And in my little 7-year-old mind, I said that light was so bright, if I were to look at it with my human eyes, it would burn my eyes out of their sockets, because it was so real. The experience was more real than anything I've had in this waking world. And when I came to that light, or that it felt like the light was coming to me, and then it engulfed me. And then all of my, I still felt like I had a body. I still felt like I had my face. But what I started with a smile, that then just everything vanished, and I was just pure bliss. And I was encompassed in this bliss, and I kept on saying, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. Otha, I'm home. And then I was so happy that I didn't have to go back to that earth, because I was in the bliss of infinity. I was just a soul. Then all of a sudden the light started to recede, and I kept on saying, no, 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 don't go, don't go. And I woke up crying. I woke up weeping, because I was back, and it felt so ugly and gross, and being back and like, it was just, it was like putting on an old stinky, sock. That's what it felt like. And the whole point of that is that's, I'm talking about how horrible it is to die to their limitations, but that's what's on the other side of it. So again, give up your intellect. Let it go. Your intellect is only here to serve you in the body, because without it, we can't interface with three-dimensional reality. So we have to say, that's over there, and this is here, and that's up, and that's down. Drive on the right side of the road. We have to have all those things, otherwise we can't function here. But the soul doesn't need any of that stuff. And, when death comes for you, which it will come for all of us, whether or not death is painful or easy will be dependent upon how attached you are to your limitations, to that which makes you a specific individual. And I've seen firsthand what happens to somebody who fights that. It's not pretty. Not pretty. Very, very painful, horrible thing to go through. And we all do. It's just part of it. But once you're done with that and you let go of it, you don't have to worry about it. So, achieving enlightenment, this is such an illusion. It's going to be there. We're all going to achieve it. We already are already there. We're already enlightened. But we've chosen to limit ourselves to have fun. So have fun, because that's all there is. I swear to you, that's all there is. When we're done with this life, we're going to look back, and the only thing we're going to care about, as we're facing that light, as that light is coming towards us, we're going to ask ourselves, did I do everything I wanted to do? And if the answer is no, then you will turn around and you will come back. It's the only reason that you'll walk away from that light, is because there was something else that you wanted. And I think, religions, do a disservice by saying, they're not enlightened enough. They're still attached to the material world. So what? There's nothing wrong with being attached to the material world. It's fun.
When it stops being fun, you won't come back. So I don't make that distinction, spiritual and unspiritual. It's all spiritual, all of it. It's just a question of, are you having fun? And if you're not having fun, it means that you're wrapped up in your ego. That's all it is. Just ego and pride are the only things that keep us from enjoying every moment. And attachment and limitation and fear and all that stuff. And I'm living through that as I continue to release my soulmate. I continue to release her, and now I'm more able to just see her as a ball of energy. I still desperately want to connect to her, but it's getting easier now. Because now that I see that I'm still human and I have human needs and I have human, and she doesn't relate to that, I can see I'm not relating to her anymore. The pain was trying to relate to something that didn't exist anymore. That's the painful part. Because every time I thought of her, I thought of all the physical and the limitations about her humanity that I liked that are gone now. And that's the painful part. Now that I see her as that ball of light, an infinite ball of light, now I can connect with her from here, and I don't, now I'm starting to realize, oh, I'm a human and I need to connect to other humans with their limitations. It's just giving me the ability to separate. Okay, so I think I've gone through everything I want to say. Let's see if there are any questions here that I can answer. Everybody with all their opinions. Seriously, guys, you guys want to share and talk to each other about your opinions and all of that. You can't hear what I'm saying. You can't learn what I'm teaching you if you're trying to talk to each other. You guys, because I'm talking on one level, and you may have other things that you think about, you're going to connect with each other because you guys support each other's intellectual level. You don't have to agree, and you don't have to understand or relate or even like what I say. But stay with it and listen to it. The more that you talk to each other and, show off to each other about what you know and what this means, it keeps you away from what's coming through me. Seriously, I get on people's cases and I give them a hard time, but drop it. See if you can listen. You don't have to like it. You don't have to get it. Again, I can't stop you from doing that, but it gets in the way of your ability to hear what I'm saying. Let's see. Iowa question. Could that be considered a spell to capture the soul of an enemy? Who said anything about capturing the soul of an enemy? I never said anything about that. I talked about that the Germanic warriors would throw the spear over the heads of their enemies to give them a good death so that they could go to Valhalla. There's nothing about capturing the soul of an enemy. I don't know why you would even ask that. Yeah, I'm sure there is a spell to do that, but what a ridiculously stupid thing to do. Why are you even asking that? It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Let's see. Ken Demas. You're coming here and you're doing, there's a lot of things I'll tolerate, but what I won't tolerate is somebody talking about Christianity on my channel. So you are now, my friend, going to be blocked from my channel. You will not be able to comment anymore. See ya. You want to understand about what Jesus is? If you've watched all of my videos about Jesus and then you can come on and have something to say, then maybe we'll have something to talk about. What was that? All right. Again, question. Sandra Lavini, question. Do you think that the negative things that you have pointed out about Jesus... Oh my God. Sandra Lavini, you're new to my channel. Please have the respect to ask informed questions. Your question shows that you haven't bothered to take the time to find out what I've taught about Jesus. Okay? Go watch my videos about did Jesus really exist? Go watch this video. Exist. And I will give you a pass because you don't know any better. You asked a question. You had some respect in there. But if you come up with another Jesus question, I'm going to block you too. Jesus does not belong on my channel. I think that's it. Rami, question. I got a bit confused. Now do I have to be attached to my limitations or not? I never said you had to do anything. You don't have to do anything. That's the point. The point is that we are already everything that we want to be. Whatever we think enlightenment is, we already have it. And that we choose to come here because the soul wants to experience limitation and have fun and learn and grow. That's the only reason. So it's not like when we're done with it that all of a sudden we're going to, it's not like, salvation. Salvation says that you're sinful, that God hates you, and then, you're given a salvation. And you rise to salvation, and then you get to live in bliss forever. It's not like that. Your soul is already infinite, timeless, all-knowing, all-powerful. Your soul is already fully enlightened. So, it just depends on what the soul wants to do. You don't have to do anything. If you choose to stay attached, you'll have experiences and you'll have challenges and you will learn from that. And when you're done, you'll decide if you want to go back and do it again or not. If you decide not to be attached, then you can go after that. But, not wanting to be attached, people are so attached to the idea of not being attached. There's so much grasping and attachment to salvation and enlightenment, which is why there's so much money in it. So, why even strive to do anything? Again, there's only one thing that matters, is just having fun and being happy. And if you're honest with yourself, you can be honest about how happy you are and how unhappy you are. And if you're honest with yourself, you'll be able to see where your ego, where your pride, where your fear is getting in the way of you being able to be happy. And then you will have to go through the temptation of wanting to hold on to that pride or not, or that fear or that ego or whatever. That's all it is. It's just a learning. The soul is really learning how to experience and enjoy itself again. And ultimately, every soul will come to the same conclusion. Ultimately, every soul will say, wow, I had it this whole time. That was fun, but now I see I've had it this whole time. Right? It's like when you buy something and you don't like it, so you want to get a better one, and you go, oh, I like the one that I had. I had it this whole time. Or you have a good relationship and you screw it up, and then you say, I didn't realize what I had until I lost it. That's what the soul is doing. The soul is just going through all of this, and then it's going to realize, oh, I've had this whole time. That's what it's all about. What's most fun is to be connected and like Odin, be experiencing the essence of being. Once it understands that, then it won't need to come back because it's too much fun. Malcolm Wolf, question. Why would somebody incarnate if they only had a few things they wanted to do and finish them early in life? I don't understand your question. There's a lot of assumptions there. How do I know they only have a few things they wanted to do and finish them early in life? What do you mean? Did they die? I don't know what you mean. Why do people die early? I don't understand anything about this question. Why would somebody incarnate if they only had a few things they wanted to do? People incarnate because they want to have fun. I don't know, have a few things to do or a few things they wanted to do. There's only one thing I want to do. Well, That's not entirely true. The main thing that I want to do is surf. I love surfing. It's just my whole life is revolves around surfing. I've got 11 surfboards in the other room. I only need probably one or two. I got 11. And I'm going to get some more. Because it's the one thing that gives me joy. I only have one thing. I want to stay as long, and that's one of the reasons I try and stay healthy, because, you know, there's going to give me another 30 years, and it's going to be a lot harder to go out and surf like I am. My body probably won't be able to do it. So I'm trying to stay alive and stay as healthy as possible to do that one thing. You know, there are some other obvious human things that I really like. I want to keep doing. So I don't know what you mean by why would somebody incarnate if they only had a few things they wanted to do. I don't, and you finish them like it's all of a sudden you're going to finish them. Who says that once you find that one thing that you won't have multiple lifetimes? You know, maybe I'm going to come back another 5 or 10 times and surf. I don't know how. I don't know. A lot of assumptions there. Cosmo Joe, question. Why does this, by the way, that question, the way you ask that question tells me that you may not really know what it is that you truly want. You may not know what your true soul desire is. Your true soul desire is that thing that you have to have more than anything else. It's that passion that drives you and gives you the greatest joy. Somebody doesn't ask that question unless they don't know what it is that they truly want. So maybe you haven't figured that out yet. Not a judgment, but that's not the question of somebody who has a passion that they can't live without. Cosmo Joe, question. Why does the soul want anything if it is limitless? Man, what is with all the questions? I can feel the dissatisfaction and the fear and the confusion and all your questions. You should ask your own soul that. What are you asking me for? You should be asking yourself that. What's wrong with wanting anything? What's wrong with that? Why is that a problem for you? All the judgment that you're putting to attachment and limitless and being beyond attachment, haven't you heard what I've said? The whole point is to be human and to have fun. That's what your soul wants to do. You're afraid of your soul, Cosmo Joe. You're deathly afraid of your soul. There's a lot of fear. You would have to go through a lot of fear to find out what it is you truly want and lose yourself in the enjoyment of it. I don't know you, but that's what the questions tell me. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm getting this close. There's a few people, you know who you are. You keep needing to throw in these, you want to help other people. You want to answer, you want to like answer questions with me. And you don't speak for me. So I'm getting this close. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but you know, there are people that come on and they have to talk about what they think. Somebody asks a question and they have to bring their 2 cents to it. You're not hearing what I'm saying if you feel the need that you have to then add to that. And if you feel the need you have to come on here and help others, you know, and say something that I didn't say, or if I missed something, and you're going to explain deeper what I said, you're not hearing what I'm saying. You're not listening. Anyway, I don't know if I'm going to do it yet or not. You know who you are. And if you don't, maybe you'll find out sometime soon. All right, so that's it. I do think, yeah, 2.5 hours is plenty of time. Business. Astrology.thunderwizard.com. You want to find out some of the aspects of the 9 worlds, which are the 9 planets that are working for you, working against you to help you achieve your greatest desire, to help you achieve the greatest success in life. Go to astrology.thunderwizard.com. If you want to learn my version of astrology and be able to create your own astrology business, either on my channel or on your own, you can go to astrologycertification.thunderwizard.com. Whoops, astrology, no space. astrologycertification.thunderwizard.com. If you want to, since we're talking about Kundalini, you can learn about chakras and a really powerful meditation to open the chakras. I think it's chakras.thunderwizard.com. I could be wrong, but I think there's that, since we're talking about Kundalini. If you want to connect to the most powerful energy practice in my repertoire that I can teach publicly, and that many people, including many Qigong experts, have come to me and said this is the most powerful thing they've ever experienced, go to qigong.thunderwizard.com. If you want to learn shamanism from the roots up, all the questions people are asking about which direction to face and the 9 worlds and the elements, all of that, go to thunderwizard.com. Start at the beginning. By the way, that's the best way to support the channel. Every time that you purchase something, whether it's a book or a DVD or you become an apprentice, you are supporting this channel, which allows me to come to you, to spend time researching or spend time meditating so that I can come and teach and do these teachings, and to continue to give out the free teachings that I give on the thunderwizard.com YouTube channel. If the best way to support me is to go there and to subscribe at whatever level you feel that you want to. Okay, so that's it for me, my friends. I'm done. I need to eat and relax. And so that's it. Thanks, everybody, and we'll talk to you soon.
Hi, this is Michael William Denny, the ThunderWizard.com YouTube channel. So today I want to talk to you about something that's been weighing on my mind past few days, past couple of weeks, and you know, every now and then I think it's necessary that I come forth and I clear the air and I be clear to you who are coming onto my YouTube channel. I be clear to you about who I am and what I represent. Because it's easy at first glance to perhaps make some mistakes about who I am and what I represent. I am a follower of the god Odin, Woden, he who is consumed with the fury of self-awareness. And Thunar, the lord of the moon, the lord of the mind. You know him as Thor. I'm wearing symbols on my little costume here that represent that. I've got kind of a cool tribal depiction of Thor's hammer, and I'm wearing a really cool Aish Yalmer pendant that was made for me by one of my students. When I look at these symbols, I feel a rush of pride, to be sure. But more importantly than that, when I look upon these symbols, I feel a deep satisfaction, a deep sense of peace and serenity and strength. And it is at the very least unsettling for me to see people who clearly do not understand what these symbols represent, using them in ways that cause people the opposite of what they are meant to feel when they look at these symbols. It causes fear and disgust and shame. And I would like to say that when I see these people, and I'm forced to see this when I turn on my news and I want to be entertained with the ridiculousness of politics, instead of my wonderful little comedy, I have to watch you wearing these symbols of my gods and my ancestors, in such a way that it causes people pain and fear and anguish. I would like to say that it makes me angry. And it would be very easy for me to stand here and be self-righteous about it and launch into personal attacks upon you. But I've come to learn that that rarely works with anybody. I know it never works with me. So the first thing that I want to say is, to all those who are feeling fear, who feel disgust, who feel damaged by those who unknowingly use these symbols, please accept my deepest apologies. For those of you who wear these symbols and use them in ways to cause innocent people harm or fear, know that these energies are real. The Thor's hammer is a very real energy. Thor's job in this universe is to protect the human race. And I want to tell you a story about an experience I had with Thor. When I first started following the path of my ancestors, I was a little uncomfortable with it because I am not a racist. I am not an exclusionist. I fight very strongly against any such beliefs. And so I have to be honest, I was a little bit uncomfortable with it in the beginning because of some of the things I've just said. And I was talking to somebody, and in an innocent attempt to try to be self-deprecating, I said something that was disrespectful towards Thor. And because I had just started a new relationship with this deity, I felt an immediate response in the spirit realm. And I felt Thunar say to me, "How dare you? Never, ever attack a member of your family." And I felt very ashamed until I realized that he was telling me that I was a member of his family. And then I changed how I responded to that. Now, what you may not understand is that everybody on this planet that exists here now, that has existed and ever will exist, is part of your family. And that Thunar, the god who protects the human race, actively is protecting all people on this earth. And when you use his symbol in a way that causes people fear and disgust and shame, you bring shame to him. So I just want to be clear to everybody, because every now and then somebody comes onto my channel simply because they see me wearing this symbol, or that I'm a white guy with a shaved head, or I talk about the god Odin or Thor or whatever, and they make the assumption that I am somehow somebody who believes in exclusion. And I just want to be clear that that is not what I do, nor is it what I believe, nor is it what I represent. And while I cannot prevent anybody from coming onto my channel and learning, in fact, I welcome it, I would just like for you to know that anyone of any background, regardless of your religion, regardless of your ethnicity, regardless of your sexual orientation, regardless of your culture, regardless of your beliefs, regardless of your politics, regardless of anything, anybody is welcome on my channel. And if you stick around long enough, you're probably going to learn how to release that fear that's causing you to hate other people. If you stick around long enough, you're probably going to find out who you really are. And in terms of these symbols, where they came from. In fact, if you want to know where this symbol came from, go watch this video here. This will tell you where this symbol originally came from. And if you want to understand what the roots of white supremacy is and why, if you truly want to follow the path of your ancestors, you need to dump that crap now, watch this video. I welcome you onto my channel, and I welcome you to open your mind, to release the fear, and to grow up and pull on your big boy pants. Because if you follow my path, you're going to need it. Having said that, I just have to clear the air every now and then. I got to do it, so I thought I would. Stay tuned for more. Talk to you soon.
Good Saturday afternoon to everybody. I hope you can hear me. I've got the fan on in the other room. We have what's called here in Southern California, we have what's called June gloom or May gray, where it's been really cold actually for the past at least month, where it's just overcast and cold and foggy and feels like wintertime. But the sun is out today and it's warm and everybody's out at the beach out there. Anyway, life is pretty damn good. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about Loki and Odin. I would have to say that Loki is easily the most misunderstood of all of the characters in Norse mythology. Odin is a close second. Because we have in the mythology, we have this revelation that comes about in the myth where Loki is eventually caught by the gods and by the celestial gods and tied to a rock under the earth by the guts of one of his sons, and he's is sort of tortured in this cave, and he has a snake over him that's dripping venom onto him, and his poor wife is standing underneath with a bowl trying to catch the venom, and every time she goes to throw the venom aside, a couple of drops hit Loki and he writhes and it causes earthquakes. So we find out in that myth called the flighting of Loki that Loki and Odin are blood brothers. And so what the heck does that mean? And what we'll see. I've got kind of a headache today, so we'll see how well my brain is working. But I'm going to talk to you about the relationship between Odin and Loki and Brage, and perhaps we'll talk about Thor as well. But what I'm here to tell you is that if we really honestly take a look at the mythology, we're going to see why Odin and Loki are blood brothers. As I said earlier, Loki is easily the most misunderstood god in Norse mythology, and it is meant to be as such. How you respond to Loki will tell us how you feel about your own unconscious issues. It'll give us an awareness of your conscious awareness. It'll give us an awareness of how aware you are of your own emotional agendas. What is an emotional agenda? Maybe we should talk about that. When I use the word agenda, and if I get into a discussion or an argument with somebody, and I say to them that they clearly have an emotional agenda around whatever it is, people hear the word agenda and they oftentimes react as though I am accusing them of having some evil intent. Because when somebody has an agenda, like the globalist agenda, everybody has an agenda all the time. All the time, everybody has an agenda. You meet a beautiful girl, you want to ask her out on a date, your agenda is to get her phone number. You are a healer and you see somebody who needs healing, your agenda is to heal them. It just means it's a goal that you have, an emotional agenda. If it's easier for you, why don't I call it an emotional attachment? But I like the word agenda better because that's really what happens when it's unconscious. When we become conscious of something, then we become aware that, wow, I'm really attached to the idea of whatever it is. But when it's unconscious, what ends up happening is that it has the force the drive of an agenda. Because here's the thing about unconscious agendas. They are deliberate. This is very important to understand. Just because you are unaware of it does not mean that it was not a deliberate choice. I hope I said that right. What I'm saying is that all of the things that you have in your unconscious mind, your unconscious fears, your unconscious beliefs, your patterns, your blocks, even though you're not aware of it on a conscious level, you deliberately chose them, you chose to adopt them at some point in your life, probably early on when you were a kid. But then what happens is they become unconscious, means we push them down because we become unaware of it. Guilt is a good example. For instance, whenever you feel guilty, what's really going on is that you're feeling angry, you're feeling rageful at somebody. So let's say you date a woman and you break her heart. You know, you cheat on her and you break her heart, and then you break up with her and you go on your way. And she keeps texting you or emailing you, and you feel guilty. That guilt is really rage. You are rageful at this person because they are reminding you of you being a bad person. So I'll give you another example of a deliberate but unconscious thing. There's a person I know who she's not involved. She doesn't watch this, so I'm not giving out her name, so I'm not telling any tales in school. But it's because we all have this. I have this and have experienced this as well. There's a person I know who is a very giving person. In fact, she completely identifies herself and presents herself as this giving, nurturing person. And she is. She's constantly giving to people. She's in the healing industry. She's an energy healer and a masseuse. And she's, anyway, I know that, trust me, it's none of you listening, so don't think I'm talking about you. But this is what she does for a living. So this is her. But one thing she never learned how to do is she never learned how to ask for anything for herself. And there's a good reason for this. When she was growing up, she had an older brother, and she came from a culture where eldest sons are promoted to the top of the food chain, and women and sisters are here to serve the men. And so she had this older brother who was constantly getting all the attention, and he would suck up all the air out of the room. And so the mother and the father were constantly doing things for the brother, and so she ended up, not getting her fair share of anything. This was her experience. This made her very sad and very angry. But she learned that in order to get love and acceptance, she had to constantly be giving. So this unconscious scenario happened to merge up with her actual essence, because her essence is that of a healer. However, what ends up happening is that every time she gives to somebody, on an unconscious level, what she really wants is somebody to give to her. So when she's feeling really needy, instead of saying, can you give me a hug, or can you help me, or can you, asking for something, reaching out and telling people, I'm sad, I'm lonely. Instead of having the ability to do that, what she does is she goes out and she starts giving things to people and starts to serve people. And then at some point, what will happen is she will have an explosion. And I've shared this with you. Her favorite phrase is, I don't ask for much. So she always says that when she's about to explode. I don't ask for much, and then she'll launch into a tirade about how nobody gives her, nobody cares about her, nobody blah, blah, blah. So what's happening is that on an unconscious level, when she is giving, she has an unconscious agenda to get. That is her agenda. Now it's unconscious, meaning that in the moment, she's only aware that what she's doing is she wants to give to others. She's not aware consciously that what she's really doing is trying to get people to love her. She's not aware of that. Nevertheless, on an unconscious level, it is a deliberate attempt to manipulate people into giving something to her. So, this is what I mean. Just because it's unconscious does not mean it's not deliberate. And therefore, we are responsible for it. So you are responsible for all of your unconscious stuff. You are completely responsible for it. Now, you have to give yourself a break because you are human, and part of being human is that we have this thing called the unconscious mind. So I'm bringing all this up because in this myth called the flighting of Loki, let me see, the Lokasena, I think it's called. Hang on a second. I have it here. I have it here in my book called The Masks of Odin, by the way. It's got some pretty good stuff, as long as you don't read all of the editorial comments that the writer, the translator, puts in there, because she has no idea what she's talking about. But she does translate a lot of the words in a really good way, which is one of the reasons I use it. And it gives a lot of translations to some of the Norse words and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I use it. In any case, let's see here if I can find. Let's see if I can find it here. I was just looking at it. You'd think I could look into the table of contents and find it, but yeah, nope. Is that it? Where'd we go? Come on, where are you? I'm 2 seconds away from looking it up. All right, I'm gonna have to look it up in the table of contents. It is Lokasena, Loki's flighting. Flighting is a word that means to sort of taunt somebody with clever speech. And it's something that is part of especially the ancient Norse tradition, but probably the ancient Germanic tradition, which is why Brage is one of the gods, is that one of the things you would do is in the hall you would toast and you would, we call it roasting. You would roast somebody. You would make a joke about them. You'd say some clever twist on words about who they are and their name or something like that in order to tell a truth as well as to show somebody how much you care for them by giving them a nudge. So it's this is actually, Loki isn't just walking in and only just unleashing on people. He's also employing this ability to use speech in a way to reveal the truth about an individual. So I'm going to get into that. Anyway, I kind of confused myself here. So we were talking about the unconscious mind, and we were talking about, yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm going to have this ready because I think I want to talk about it at some point. I think I may quote from it. Because in this we find out that Loki and Odin are blood brothers, which again was the title of this. Loki and Odin are blood brothers. But what Loki does in this is he is, in essence, revealing the unconscious of all of the gods. And so if you don't understand Loki, then when you see him come into the hall of the Aesir, the celestial gods, and you see him begin to basically pull everybody's covers and reveal all the secrets of all of the gods, which, I'm not defending him. That's a pretty harsh thing to do. Then we either have to make, we kind of have two choices. Either Loki can't control himself. And the reason I thought of this is because there was somebody I got into a discussion with on the comment section of the video who was basically of the idea that Loki, he really didn't like Loki, he didn't trust Loki, he was afraid of Loki, and he was saying that Loki just can't control himself. He's just this force of destruction and chaos, and unless Thor comes in and stops him, he just will destroy everything. And that's only partially true. Loki is definitely the agent of destruction of this universe, without a doubt. But we have to ask ourselves, is Loki just out of control? Is he just a bad person? Is he a person of low moral character? Is he this cowardly, craven, untrustworthy person? Or does he know what he's doing? Is he the typical coyote, trickster, who is operating from crazy wisdom, meaning that he knows exactly what he's doing, that there is a healing intent behind it, but he's doing it in a way that looks crazy to the rest of the world, and he does that by design. You can tell by the way I'm describing it that I see him in the latter category. And as I've said before, I think in order to understand Loki, one has to be willing to take a look at their own unconscious agendas. Let me see if I can find it, because I can reveal in this interchange I had with this fellow his unconscious agenda, meaning he's not aware of it. But he has an unconscious agenda to find things that frighten him, and to set up the universe so that he can be kind of a victim. And I'm not, saying he's huge in that way, but he's still operating from that. So I won't name him. Let me see, make sure I don't have my volume on there. All right. So he comes on. I won't read his entire thing, but he comes on and he says, by the way, this is the video, Loki God, Trickster, Devil, or Savior. Warning, he will deceive you. That's my clickbait title. Obviously, I'm trying to get people to look at it. And it's interesting, I put these clickbait titles, which are the exact opposite of what I want to say, and people only read the title, and then they comment on it. Just, at least watch, 30 seconds of the video or a minute of the video before it's just, really, people. All right, so he says, I think we should be more careful with Loki. And then he goes on to say things like, read the Lokasena, or the time he shaved Sif for no reason at all. That's not true. How do you know it was for no reason? Anyway, he goes on to say all these things about Loki, and I responded to him. And I explained to him, I said, I think you're projecting your understanding on him. And at one point, I'll try, I don't want to waste all your time with this, but I basically said that, I believe that he was being influenced by Christian morals. And let me be clear about that. If you live in Western society, if you were born in Europe or America, pretty much almost anywhere in the world nowadays, you have been programmed with Christian morals and Christian thinking. Christian thinking is very dualistic. Our ancestors didn't see this dualism. You only see dualism, which means two. It's either like God and the devil. The only time you see this is when you see a society that turns into an empire. And what is an empire? An empire is you have a king or an elite class, or both, that are ruling over large masses of people. And you have to control them. And the way you control them is you create an enemy. In Christianity, it was the devil. And everything was about fighting the devil. In the United States, it was communism. So these kinds of things. When you create this enemy, it creates a fear in people. And once somebody's in fear, you can control them. It's very easy to control them once they're in fear. Point is that our society is built upon this dualist mindset. And whether or not you are religious or you were raised Christian or religious, It doesn't matter. You have been infused with this dualist thinking. And so people bring this into, when they pick up ancient mythology, they read that into it, and they can't help it. You know, when I first started teaching this, I had no idea there was such a thing as heathenism or asatru or anything like that. I just simply had an experience with the gods of my ancestors, and I started teaching the mythology around it, and I found there's all these other people out there that, oh my God, there's a bunch of other people worshiping the Norse deities. And I reached out to them, and once they found out what I was all about, they sliced me to pieces. And I was very hurt by that and angered, and I remember asking somebody about it. And what they said is that it's kind of a dirty secret among heathens and asatru that a lot of them are made up of born-again Christians, you know, the right-wing born-again Christians, but they want to be able to drink and smoke and have premarital sex, so they jump over and they become asatru or heathen, and they just bring their whole right-wing dualist mentality over into that, and they paste it onto the gods. This is why there's so much hatred for Loki among, in fact, I wrote about this. And a friend of mine is an asatru, and she said that that in her kindred there was a rule that you couldn't speak Loki's name. And so they were out in a public park. This was in Idaho, and somebody said, "Oh, fuck it," and then they screamed out Loki. And according to the story, out of the bushes came a skunk, which came in the middle of the circle and sprayed everybody and then ran back into the bushes. And then that was justification. They said, you see, Loki's evil. You should never speak his name. And I thought, well, it wasn't like a rattlesnake came out and bit a baby and killed it. It was a skunk. He just made you smell bad. There's nothing evil about that. He's just making fun of you. So it all depends on how you see, what you project. So that's what I'm saying, is that how you see Loki will tell me how unconscious you are of, you know, your own issues, your own unresolved issues. And it will show me that you probably have unconscious emotional agendas, which again, an agenda is a deliberate emotional choice. Right? So this guy's unconscious agenda here is that he is bent on finding an evil person, like a devil. And he's doing it with Loki. And so much so, he came onto my video and began wanting to talk about it and tell everybody, you have to be careful of Loki and blah, blah, blah. So let's see if I get what he said here. He said, yeah, because I said to him, where did I say that? I explained to him that if it weren't for Loki, Odin wouldn't have his horse, Thor wouldn't have his hammer, Frey wouldn't have his boar. All of the magical tools of the gods come from Loki. And then I say, because he asks, can you trust Loki? He's asking me earlier on, can you trust Loki? And I said, is he trustworthy? He's a trickster. So are you going to trust him like you would trust, you know, say Balder, you know, who's right there and open, and that's who he is? Loki is a trickster. So can you trust his intent? Yes, his intent is for your transformation. What is best for you. He's the bringer of the bitter medicine, the bitter truth. Does that mean that you want to walk up to him and put yourself in front of him, especially if you have unconscious emotional agendas? Hell no. No. You guys, listen, there's a lot of Loki in me. You see that when people ask questions, the first thing I do is I say, why are you asking that question? And you'll see lots of times I'll just open up people's unconscious stuff and throw it in their face. And the reason why I do that isn't because I'm trying to be an asshole. It's just because I only have 20 seconds or so to respond to somebody's question. And there's this huge, deep, unconscious issue that they need to become aware of. That's what's going to happen when you go in front of Loki. But he's going to be a little more devious about it, in that he is going to allow you to create a trap for yourself and then watch you step in it. Because he wants you to learn from your mistakes. That's what he's all about. He wants you to learn from your mistakes because it's the best teacher. Once you've stepped in a trap of your own making and you become aware that you did that, you'll never do it again. But that's the point. You have to become conscious. So being unconscious and having an unconscious agenda to find the devil in Loki means that you have an unconscious agenda to be a victim. And why is somebody a victim? A person becomes a victim and chooses on an unconscious level to become a victim because then you don't have to take any responsibility. Because once you're responsible, you have to be conscious. And consciousness is becoming conscious, becoming aware is a form of death. And here we get to the connection with Odin. Odin sacrificed himself to himself. He died to himself. He willingly died to himself, unlike Jesus, who supposedly unwillingly, he was forced to because he said, "Oh, Father, please take this cup away from me." And apparently God the Father said no. We don't know exactly, according to that mythology, what was said, but we just know that he came back and he said, "No, I got to do it." And he died for other people. And even still, God, what a whiner. This guy whined all the time. He's on the cross and he says, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Big difference between that and Odin. Odin didn't whine to anybody. Odin made the choice deliberately to destroy his own limitations so he could become completely conscious. He died to himself, and as a result, he became master of the runes. The big difference there while we're on it. Anyway, I was going to try and use this guy as an example, but I'm not really finding that happening here. Here's what he says here. I said, can you trust Loki? He's a trickster, was my point. He took that and he said, that's my understanding of him. A trickster with his own motivations, who keeps his own counsel. That's his own projection. And that is his unconscious agenda. He needs to put that interpretation on the word trickster. That's not what trickster means. A trickster is not somebody who keeps his own counsel with his own motivations, meaning that he's just going to do whatever the hell he wants and screw everybody else. He's selfish. That's his own interpretation. And, as I'm talking with this guy, he just insists on that, dumping that interpretation on it. Point is that is an unconscious agenda. He has an unconscious, deliberate agenda to find the devil, to find the torturer, to find the abuser, to find the person, the deceiver is really what he's looking for, which is, again, a Christian idea. The Christian idea that there's this devil who is the father of lies, who is a deceiver, who only wants to destroy you, who, all of that. So, again, going back to Loki, by understanding your response to Loki, you will get a better idea of your unconscious agendas. Because that's what Loki is here to do. He's here to reveal that to you. And if we have time later, I'll quote from the Lokasena, and that may spark some other discussion. Talking about Odin again, I'm going to try and wrap up my introduction here, and then we'll take some questions. So Odin is seen as Mercury, the deity, the planet Mercury. So as you know, I'm a Vedic astrologer, so I am always enjoying the associations between gods and planets and all that kind of stuff. So Odin is seen as Mercury, although I do not believe actually that Odin can be confined to Mercury. But what is Mercury? Mercury, the planet, represents our intellect. And as you know, if you've been following what I teach that you need to not be stuck in your intellect. In fact, people who are stuck in their intellect are avoiding their own frightening emotions and feelings. And obviously, what I teach is that people should be connected as best they can to their emotions and feelings. I'm wondering if I'm still on line here. Anyway, I gotta go back some. So hang on for 1 second while I do that. Hopefully I won't lose you. All right, let's try and hopefully my live stream is still going. Yep, there it is. Okay. So, bottom line here's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not being very smooth today. I got a headache. Odin is the flip side of Loki. So, as you know, astrologically speaking, Loki is not Mercury. Loki is Rahu, the north node of the moon. And Odin is seen as Mercury. But as I said, I do not believe that Odin is Mercury. I believe that if we were to assign Mercury to one of the gods, it would be Brage. Brage the poet. Brage is Mercury. Mercury is also communication, speech, and things like poetry and philosophy and that kind of stuff. And we're going to be talking about the connection between all of these. You know, we'll see. We'll get to it. I'll quote some stuff here. But we want to take a look at how Loki destroys the limitations of the intellect and how necessary that is to transformation. If Loki did not do his job, then the universe would stay static and it would not survive. And when we look at Odin, Odin does the same thing. Odin destroys boundaries. And this is why Odin is seen as a frightening god. That's why he's seen as the god of war. He's really not the god of war. His name, Odin, is often translated as rage. But it's not really rage, it's more like frenzy. But for those of us on the other side of it, when we experience Odin, we feel as though he is this rageful storm that is coming in and potentially destroying us. But what both Odin and Loki are doing is they are destroying the limitations of the intellect. And we'll talk about that. And I'm going to talk again about astrologically how that works. So, all right, I am babbling in circles, so I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break here, and then I'm going to come on and see if there are any questions. Again, if you're new to the channel, the best way to interact with me is to write in the live Q&A, question in all caps. Otherwise, I may miss it. And here's the, please avoid just writing your opinion and talking to each other on the Q&A. Reason for that is because I bypass all of that trying to find the questions, and lots of times I miss people's questions because of that. So please have respect for that. Yeah, just give me your question and we'll see where that goes. So give me a couple minutes here to get myself back together, and then I'll take a look at your questions. All right, so let's take a look at questions. Doesn't look like there's a lot here. So Bandawat33, it looks to me like you're new to the channel here. The best way to ask me a question is to put question in all caps so that I know you're asking me a question. But let's see here. You say, what about the Gnostics? What do you mean, what about them? You know, please, guys, if you're going to ask questions, please actually put time into writing a full sentence that has a clear, object, and be clear about what you're asking me. I don't know what you want me to do with that. What about the Gnostics? Or the true meaning behind the teachings of Christianity? There's a lot of assumptions there. But before I eviscerate you, let me just say that obviously you're new to the channel. If you want to know about Christianity, and if you want to know about the Gnostics, go onto my channel, and there's more than a few videos about Christianity, and I believe the latest Q&A that I did about Christianity, I actually talked about what the source of the Gnostic teachings were. Gnostics actually existed before Christianity, but there was a whole connection to that. Without getting into it, I'm not a fan of it. And I disagree with your assumption here. You have this assumption that there's a true meaning behind Christianity. And again, I don't know why you're bringing that up. This video has nothing to do with that. So anyway. But if you have a specific question and you write it intelligently, I'll do my best to answer it. Christianity was not corrupted. Yeah. Anyway, clearly you've got an attachment to Christianity. If you want to keep that attachment to Christianity, I do not recommend that you stay on my channel. Because if you look at objectively, how I reveal it, it's very likely it will destroy your understanding. It may even destroy your connection to it. As long as you're fearless about looking at your emotional attachments and your unconscious agendas with it. If you're willing to do that and you listen to what I say, I write about it in books, it'll destroy that. So if you really like the idea of Jesus, probably you should stop watching my channel. All right. Yeah, Bandawat 33, clearly, never have I said Loki is real, neither is Odin. This is the difference between, I'll talk about this very briefly because we got other things to talk about. The difference between the Abrahamic religions and every other religion in the history of humankind is that every other religion is always mythological. And to understand the mythological mindset, you have to go, because the only people alive today who still have an unbroken connection to their Indo-European polytheist tradition are the Hindus. And if you ask a Hindu, if you say to him, like I've got Ganesha. Ganesha is on my shirt here. So if you ask them about Ganesha and you say, is Ganesha real? They will say, oh yes, Ganesha is very real. He's a very real god. And if you ask him in the same breath, is Ganesha a symbol? They will say, oh yes, Ganesha is a symbol. If you ask them, are there many gods? They will say, oh yes, there are many gods. If you ask them, is there only one God? Oh yes, there is only one God. Are the gods real, or are they just emanations of the one God? Yes, they are real, and yes, they are emanations of the one God. You can't pin them down into a black and white answer. This is how our ancestors viewed the gods. So for you to come on here and say Loki's not real, neither is Odin, that's the obvious truth. Now, your unconscious agenda here is that Jesus was real, or you want to link Jesus with them and say Jesus was mythological. But as I was going to say, the difference between every other religion in existence and the Abrahamic religions is that the Abrahamic religions were created as literal. Now, you can try to impose a mythological, symbolic meaning behind it. It won't work. It wasn't meant to be that way. And I'll give you an example. The Gospels talk about a man whose name is Jesus of Nazareth. Nazareth is a literal place that existed. And so they give the history of Jesus as a literal history. And this is where Christianity paints itself into a corner and causes all the problems. Because whenever you want to give a literal history and say this is literal truth, all you have to do is find one thing that's wrong with it, and then it destroys the whole thing. In that sense, I am in complete agreement with the fundamentalists who say either you take the whole Bible or none of it. And that's not how I treat other scriptures or other teachings. I treat the Bible that way because that's the way it was meant to be interpreted. And if you want to interpret it a different way, then you're going to run into all kinds of problems because it's just not meant to be that way. So again, I don't know what your agenda is. I don't know if your agenda is to say that Jesus is mythological, or that you want to say Jesus was a real person and Odin is a myth. I don't really care what it is. Whichever one, I think you have a misunderstanding of both of those things. Okay, Susie Jotun's wife. Question: are there any nakshatras you associate with Loki or Odin? Yes. I don't know them off the top of my head, but any nakshatra that is ruled by Rahu is going to have a connection to Loki. And any nakshatra that's ruled by Mercury is going to have a connection to Odin. That's K2. Never mind. I was going to say something. Anyway, Didge Village. All right. So he makes a statement, and then it asks a question. So let's see how I usually don't like that, but let's see what happens here. In many mythologies, you mean mythologies? Okay. It says methodologies. In many mythologies, two brothers fight for supremacy. Question: is the Nordic myth following this pattern? No. So you're not listening to what I'm saying, band of what 33. I want you to write the word question in all caps so that I know it's a question. I'm not saying for you to write everything in all caps. That I'm going to go past that. I see the question mark. The whole idea of writing question in all caps is so that I know you're asking me a question. Okay? You ask, do you know anything about Iberian paganism? I don't know what you mean by what part of Iberian paganism. Celtic Iberian? There's all kinds of Iberian. Short answer is no. I don't. JNG questions. Are there tricksters besides Loki in Norse myths? Are all tricksters? Yeah, Odin is a trickster. Odin disguises himself and goes around in disguises, and that makes him a trickster as well. This is one of the things that gives similarities between Odin and Loki, is that they're both shapeshifters. And they both like to wear disguises. Are all tricksters share the same intent to help people work out their problems? Yes. In ancient mythology, there are things like evil spirits. There are things like evil entities. You have trolls. Trolls are always negative. They're a form of a giant. You have the giants, the Jotuns. Some of the giants are beneficial. Many of them are just neutral, like forces of nature. And some of them are outright destructive towards human beings. They have destructive intent towards human beings. I myself was I was an exorcist many years ago, and I've seen all kinds of crazy things, and I can tell you that demons do exist. Now, what they really are, that's a whole other discussion. If you're interested, go watch my videos about demons and exorcisms. So don't confuse tricksters with negative entities like trolls and those kinds of things, mischievous spirits. Tricksters are deities who have a purpose and a function which is to transform you out of your limitation. And as I said before, one of the things that they do is they will tempt you. Now, they don't lie to you. They won't come right out and lie. They don't do that. They will always tell the truth. But what happens is they will push your buttons so that your unconscious agenda, the ways that you lie to yourself, will be stimulated, and then will tempt you to say, yeah, go ahead and create that for yourself. And then you'll step into your own trap of your own making. Tricksters, however, what they really are hoping for, when they connect with you, what they're hoping for is that you have the conscious awareness to see your self-delusion, the lies that you say to yourself. They want to see you become aware of that and point it out and go, oh my God, I just almost lied to myself and got myself into trouble. When they see you do that, they take off their mask and they say, good, now let me show you a secret. And they will reveal to you the secrets of the universe. When you have a trickster as your best friend, which, you know, the only way for that to happen is you have to be conscious. You have to be ruthlessly conscious with yourself. You have to be fearless, which is why the first thing I say if you want to follow my path is you got to get rid of all victim mentality. If you have even the slightest bit of victim mentality where you want to see somebody who's going to do it to you and you'll be a helpless victim, then you won't make any progress on my path. That's the first thing you have to do. When you do that, then tricksters become your greatest teachers, and they'll say, come here, I'm going to show you what's behind the curtain. I'm going to show you what's really going on. They'll also do things like, here, watch that guy. You'll see somebody, and they'll show you somebody who does something self-destructive, and they'll say, did you see why he did that? Don't be that guy. Your greatest teachers are the people who, name it. Name whoever it is in your life that you don't like. Name somebody in your life that is harmful to you or, is unhappy. That is your best teacher. Because all you have to do is just sit back and watch them. Watch them lie to themselves, deny things, act out of fear. And just do whatever it is that they don't do. Do the opposite of them. I have one in my life. My greatest teacher in the world. Anyway, I talked about him before. Susie Yoten's wife, question. Do you think the Snapton stone is a depiction of Loki? I don't know. I'd have to see it. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, so I'll look that up at some point. Okay, so now we're going to go a little deeper into Loki and Odin. And I'm going to be reading from the Lokasena. It's a long myth. I'll try and avoid reading the whole thing because I tend to really go off. But first, let's talk about how Loki gets here, okay? So I'll read the introduction here. It says, Augur, also named Geimer, had prepared a drinking bout for the Aesir after receiving the great cauldron, as has been told. I won't get into that. To this banquet came Odin and Frigg, his wife. Thor did not, as he was easterly ways, meaning he was in the east, fighting the trolls and the giants. But Sif, his wife, was there. Also Brage and his wife Idun. Tyr also, he was one-handed, for the Fenris wolf had torn off his hand while being bound. There was Njord and his wife Skade. Skade means shadow. Frey and Freyja and Vidar, Odin's son. Loki was there, and also Frey's servants, Bygvr and Bela. There was a host of Aesir and elves, so the ancestors, the ascended masters, were also there. Interesting, they don't say a word in here. Nobody talks to them. Everybody leaves them alone, and Loki doesn't go after them. Very interesting. Well, that's something to talk about. But we won't do that right now. Agur had two servants, Fimafeng and Elder. So Fimafeng means deft, meaning that he was good at what he did. Let's see here. Bright gold supplied the light instead of fire. So everything was made of gold, and the light that was shining from the gold gave the light in the hall, as opposed to the flames, like the candles or whatever. Just gold. So the gold shining in the hall is what lit the place up. That's important. The ale served itself, and the place was inviolable and spacious. Those present praised the excellence of Aegir's servants. Loki could not bear this. Now, if you're looking at this, just sit with that for a second. Let me create everything here. All of the gods and the elves have come together in this hall. I'm assuming this is in Asgard somewhere. In this hall that is filled with the brightness of gold. The ale is serving itself, just this endless fountain of ale and mead that people can go and drink. And the servants are making sure that everybody has everything that they need. And the gods are there. And it says here that Gymer had prepared a drinking bout. So this means the gods had shown up for the intended purpose to tie one on. They were going to get drunk. That's why they were there. That's not when I read it, that's not what comes up for me until I read the words, Gymer had prepared a drinking bout for the Aesir. Okay, so the Aesir were there to tie one on. They were there to get shit-faced. And all of this is going on, and all the gods show up, and the elves are there as well. And all of the people there start praising the excellence of the servants that are running around, making sure that the gods have whatever their whims are, making sure that their ale horn is filled to the brim all the time. They have food, they have everything that they need. They want for nothing. It says here, Loki could not bear this. And then he killed Fimifang. Whereupon the Aesir shook their shields, shouted at Loki, and drove him into the forest while they went to drink. So that's the setup. Loki shows up, and so now, just be there for a second and just kind of sit with yourself and ask yourself how you respond to this. Do you think that Loki is just being a troublemaker? That the gods, the holy high ones, should be allowed to party it up and have a good time and hang out with each other and drink and have fun? Why did Loki do this? So your response to that is going to reveal your projection. Now, this myth is setting you up. So let me just be clear about that. This myth is setting you up so that you will have a negative reaction to Loki. And unless you put the time and effort to be ruthless with your own unconscious agendas, emotional attachments, your projections, unless you have an awareness of that, your first reaction is going to be that you are going to hate Loki. Because we want to identify with the gods. We don't want to identify with somebody who's causing people a problem. So we have to ask ourselves, why did he hate this so much? Why did this infuriate Loki? It doesn't say. Now, we could make the judgment that Loki was jealous, that Loki felt left out, that Loki can't handle love in his heart. Let me give you an example of something like this. One of the things that drives me crazy is when I hear people making blanket statements about somebody from Islamic countries. This was years ago, but there were some refugees from, I can't remember where in Africa, some refugees from Africa, and there was a city that they lived in. This was years ago. It's not now. This was years ago. And the U.S. government had allowed them to come and put them in some city somewhere. And there was a guy there who wouldn't rent to them. Like, he owned a building. He owned an apartment building, and he wouldn't rent to people from this African country. I forget what the country was. And when he was asked about it, he says, I don't want to rent to people who hate freedom. That was his response. And his only understanding of that was that these people were from Africa, and I guess he assumed that they were Muslim. And so for that reason only, he chose not to rent to them, because in his mind, those people hate freedom. That is an unconscious agenda right there. And the reason why it bothers me when people talk like that is because this is somebody, if I were to sit them down and I were to ask them, and I would say, okay, can you tell me what part of Africa these people are from? Can you tell me what sect of Islam they practice? Can you tell me the difference between what these people practice and what people practice in Saudi Arabia and what people practice in Iran? Can you tell me the difference between all of those factions? And can you tell me how many Muslims stood up against 9/11 and all the stuff that happened? There's no doubt in my mind that that person would have zero ability to do that, because to him, it's all the same thing. Why is that? Because that person has an emotional agenda, an unconscious emotional agenda. He's looking for the devil, and he's found it. As long as it has the word Muslim in it, or Africa, or immigrant, that is a bad person, and that person is evil, and that person hates freedom. So this is what this myth is trying to do. In the beginning, this myth is trying to stimulate you so that you will project that onto Loki. Because it sounds really good, doesn't it, to go into this bright, shining hall. The gold is shining, and the ale serves itself, and the servants are running around, and they're making sure you have everything that you need, and the gods are there, and they're laughing, and they're having a good, they're the gods after all. And they're laughing and they're having a good time, and you are supposed to want to be a part of that. That's why it's set up this way. And then in comes Loki. He sees this. This incenses him so much that he kills the servant. So now watch again what the gods do here. And if you're not paying attention, you'll miss this. The gods say, the myth here says that Loki could not bear this. He slew Fimafeng, the servant, whereupon the Aesir shook their shields, shouted at Loki, and drove him into the forest while they went back to drink. They didn't give a shit about that servant being dead. If they did, what would have happened is they would have chased Loki out. Maybe they would have captured him and bound him up right then and there. Then they would have stopped everything, and they would have done some kind of sacred ceremony for the death of that good servant, because they praised Aegir for his servant. He was and Fimafeng means that he's very good at his job. I forget the exact translation, but it means that he did his job perfectly, or could do everything magically all at once. And instead of having this funeral ceremony for this poor servant who's just doing his job and doing it well, instead of that, once they chase Loki off, what do? They go back to drinking. Because the ale is serving itself. So, they didn't really need that guy anyway. Now, why is it that when you read that, your first response isn't what the fuck are the gods doing? Why are they so insensitive and so narcissistically wrapped up in themselves that they don't see that there's a dead guy who got killed for just doing his job? And why aren't they so incensed that they're chasing Loki down and tying him up and putting him in prison? They just got him out of there so that they could go back to drinking. Did you see that when you read the myth? If you did not see that, it means that you had an unconscious agenda to emotionally project yourself into the gods. If when you read that Loki couldn't bear this and he killed the servant, and your first thought was of anger toward Loki, that's revealing your unconscious projection about him. Because you're not asking, why did he do that? Now, if you come into the myth like I did, with an agenda, and again, everybody has an agenda, there's nothing wrong with it. My emotional agenda connected to Loki is, I want to see how Loki is being the crazy wisdom teacher who's going to show me myself in ways that I'm not aware of, and bring to my awareness my unconscious issues. So because I have that, I caught that first time I read it. I went, now I'm going to watch what Loki does. So Loki's off in the forest. The gods go back and start drinking themselves silly. Totally unaware, in a very narcissistic, very insensitive, very insensitive. I'm sorry, but that is very insensitive. Somebody just died, and you haven't even bothered to do anything about that or to even raise the toast to the guy. All you did was chase out the guy who caused a little bit of mischief for you. I mean, he didn't just, he killed somebody, but for you, it was, you saw it as just mischief. You drove him away. So then Loki returns and he talks to, I guess these people are guarding outside, right? Elder, the other guy, he's outside. He's a servant. He's not part of the, he's outside waiting to serve people, and he's sitting outside. And Loki comes back and he says, tell me, Elder, before you take another step at the ale feast, whereof, he asks, whereof speak the sons of the triumphant gods? Meaning, what are they talking about? He's asking him, what are the gods talking about? Before you go back in there, what are the gods talking about? Elder says, they judge of their weapons and their battle honor, the sons of the triumphant gods, of Aesir and elves, in their none has a good word for you. So they're talking about their weapons, they're talking about how strong they are, how good they are, and then they're bad-mouthing Loki. Again, the guy's dead, and they're spending time bad-mouthing Loki. All right, now again, what is your emotional agenda here? Do you think that Loki's response is going to be one of spite? Is it going to be that they're saying mean things about him, so he, because he's bitter and he's selfish and he's lonely, he's going to take that personally? Is that your response? Because that's how you're supposed to feel. This myth is setting you up so that you'll feel that way. Tell me, Elder, before you take another step at the ale feast, whereof speak the sons of the triumphant gods? Elder, they judge of their weapons and their battle honor, the sons of the triumphant gods. Of Aesir and elves, in their none has a good word for you. Loki, I shall go into Aegir's hall and see this drinking feast. He says, I want to go in and watch them drink themselves silly. I want to watch them get themselves shit-faced. I shall bring scorn and anger to the Aesir's son, and so blend evil in the mead. Now, you may again, if your response is that Loki is just being a troublemaker, these are the gods, they have the right to go in there and drink themselves silly if that's what they want to do. If that is your response, then you're forgetting the Havamal. I don't know exactly how many verses there are in the Havamal that talk about the evils of drunkenness, but there's more than a few, and it's Odin. Odin himself is the one that says, listen, if you're going to drink, just have a few sips or have one cup and leave it at that, because otherwise, and he goes into all of the evils of drinking and drunkenness. And Loki is the one here who's saying that he's going to go in and watch them get themselves shit-faced. And that he is going to scorn them for doing so. Okay, so he says, I shall bring scorn and anger in the Aesir's, to the Aesir's sons, and so blend evil in the mead. Elder says, Know that if you go into Aegir's hall to see this drinking feast and heap scorn and abuse on the gentle gods, they may wipe it off on you. If you go in there and cause problems, they're going to kick your ass. Loki. And you know, elder, if we two have it out with words together, that I am far better armed with speech than you. In other words, elders, says if you go in there and you try and talk crap to the gods, they're going to kick your ass. They're going to he says they're going to out-talk you. In which case, Loki says, you know what, if you really want to talk with me about this, I'll wipe the floor with you. I am far better at this than you are. I have to admit, this is me talking, I'm like this myself. It's like I'm the last person you want to get in an argument with, especially if you don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna eviscerate you and slice you to pieces. And so that's what Loki's. I'm not proud of that, but that's what Loki says. He says, you really want to have this discussion with me? Because I'll wipe the floor with you. Then entered Loki into the hall. Then entered Loki into the hall. At his entrance, all fell silent. All drinking and noise and crazy. Just that silence. That would be very funny if this was a movie. It would be a very funny moment. Now imagine Loki's walking in. You can hear his boots hitting the wood on the floor of the hall as he's walking in there. Silent. You just hear this clip, clop, as he's walking in, and all of the gods are silent, staring at him. This is how I would direct the movie. Give him, a few seconds to do that. And then he says, Thirsty came lopped into this hall from far away to beg the Aesir that one of them might give me a sip of fine mead. Silence. Why are you silent, gloomy gods? Have you nothing to say? Either show me a seat or forcibly drive me away. Now, for any of you who think that Loki is a coward, ask yourself, is that the actions of a coward? I would say that's not the actions of a coward. So again, we have to ask ourselves, is Loki choosing to do this? Or is he just incapable of controlling himself? And he's just out of his mind with resentment and anger, and he's just spite, and he's just going to come in and he just can't keep his mouth shut. How do you see him walking in? This is your emotional agenda. How you see Loki, I'm going to reveal to you what's important about this. How you see Loki is how you see yourself. If you think Loki is evil and selfish and weak and all of that, that's how you see yourself. On an unconscious level. Consciously, you may think you're the king of the world. On an unconscious level, you hate yourself. Your feelings towards Loki will tell you how you feel about yourself. Sorry, but that's just the way that it is. Let me see, before I go any further, because I could talk about this all night. Either show me a seat or forcibly drive me away. Brage, who I believe is the real embodiment of Mercury, which is the intellect. The intellect is what we use to speak, to communicate words. It is the intellect that thinks it knows everything. The word intellect means to pick apart from among. It says that's over there and this is over here and this is this and that is that. Let me expound to you what this means. I'm doing a lot of Brage right now. I'm using my intellect to parse all this stuff. The intellect thinks it knows everything. Brage says, a seat at the festive board shall you never have from the Aesir, because they well know what kind of person they choose to carouse with. So if you're, I might have to change what I'm about to say. I might be wrong here, but I am willing to bet that Brage has the most extreme view of Loki. And my belief on that is because Loki's job is to destroy the limitations of the intellect. And what does the intellect do? The intellect wants to preserve itself. This is why, you know, people who want to argue their unconscious agendas are usually trap themselves in intellectual arguments, because it's the intellect that we use to hide from our own unconscious agenda. So it is no coincidence that the first person to speak up is Brage, the intellect, because he does not want Loki there. Now, I'm going to now link this with astrology. Do you remember this? This is called the direction wheel, and it shows how the planets balance each other out. And when you have a planet that is, going too far in one direction, you use another planet to balance it out. So here it is. Okay, so it may be kind of hard to see, but you have to look in the southwest. In the southwest, you see two symbols. You have one on top of another. The outside is like being on top, and on the inside is sort of being beneath it. So the one on the outside is the one that has the power to dominate or control or balance the other planet. So if we look in the southwest, and in this case the east is in, for you, the east is over here. It's going east and west like this, right? So the southwest, the bottom corner down here. You want to look in the southwest there and take a look at the symbols for those two planets. If you don't know what those symbols are, I'll tell you. The symbol on the outside is Rahu, which is the north node of the moon, which is, if we were to connect a planet to Loki, it would be Rahu. The planet beneath that is Mercury. What that means is that when Mercury is out of balance, you use Rahu to counteract the limitations of Mercury, which means when you are trapped in your intellect, and remember, when the intellect is out of control, it's not just doing its job. The job of the intellect is to say, that's up, that's down, that's hot, that's cold, I'm me, you're you. That's, I drive on the right side of the road, the light is green, I can turn, oh no, it's a left turn signal. That's what the intellect is there to do. It's there to parse out the definitions of things. And we do that so we can function in this three-dimensional reality. But that's all it's good for. We use it to communicate. We have these words. You see these words up here. Because you know how to read, there's a word astrology, thunder, wizard. You know what those words mean. Your intellect is what's reading those words and telling you what they mean. That's what the intellect is for. When the intellect goes beyond that and it starts to make proclamations about the universe, it will do so in very blanket terms. Like, every Muslim from Africa hates freedom. That's the intellect out of whack. I made I don't believe that. I'm quoting the guy that I was talking to you about earlier, who has no clue what he's talking about. He doesn't know all the differences between Muslims. He doesn't even know all of the countries. If I were to show him a map and say, show me where all the Muslims are, he wouldn't even be able to tell you what countries they live in. All he knows is that he watches the cable news, and cable news has told him that immigrants who are Muslims hate freedom. That's all he knows. And that's his intellect. Right? So when the intellect is out of whack, you don't use the mind, because as you know, what I say is there's a difference between the intellect and the mind. The mind is the part of you that reflects the light of the spirit, meditation. When you're connected to your mind, you see things broadly, and you're able to see things expansively. You're able to connect and empathize with other people. You're able to see where people are coming from, and understand them, and give them compassion, and give them healing. Whereas if you're in the intellect, what you're going to do is you're going to slice people apart, you're going to criticize them, and you're going to find how they're different than you. See, I'm pointing fingers at myself here because I've got a pretty damn good intellect. I can do that pretty damn well. So what you use to overcome that is Rahu. This is why when Loki comes in here, the first person that talks to him is Brage, because Brage is a high form of the intellect. Okay? So we'll go a little bit farther. We'll go through Loki and Brage's exchange here. Brage says, "A seat at the festive board shall you never have from the Aesir, because they well know what kind of person they choose to carouse with," meaning you are inferior to us. Loki says, he does, this is great. Loki doesn't even acknowledge him. He goes straight to Odin, and he says, "Remember, Odin, how in the foretime we two mingled blood together? You then said you never would drink ale were it not served to us both." Now, this may be my projection, but if I were directing this film, I would have Loki at that point having an emotional moment and feeling sad and feeling hurt and saying, you were my blood brother and you didn't even invite me to this. And all the while he's not even listening to Brage. He's not even listening to that simple-minded intellect guy. He's not even bothering. Because again, the intellect is something we use to avoid our emotions. So for people who spend all this time, and I like to point it out, whenever I say to somebody and I start, if somebody comes on here and they write a question, I go, "Ooh, look at the intellectual question there." I'm not giving them a compliment. I'm saying that they're using their intellect to avoid their feelings, and then it's coming. I'm about to slice them apart and show. I'm gonna be Loki on them. So I believe that's part of my job. So that's why I say, if you follow me, be careful what you ask. Think your questions out before you ask them. See if you can connect to your emotions and see if you know what it is you really want to know. Because if you try and bullshit me, or if you unconsciously, because you're doing it to yourself and you haven't, nobody's put that mirror up to you, and you walk into my Q&A and you throw out some intellectual whatever, I'm going to slice you apart. That's my job. So that's why I say, my job isn't just to slice you apart to make you look bad. My job is to help you understand, number one, how to connect emotionally, and then number two, learn how to ask a question. If you can ask a question of me, most of the time, I'm human, but if I'm in my teacher space and you can ask me a question that I respond to, it means that I'm saying that you are learning how to ask the universe. And once you learn how to ask questions of the universe, you won't need me or any other teacher. You can have a direct connection to the universe and have the universe teach you directly. But in order to do that, you have to learn how to ask a real question. And that sometimes takes some time. "Remember, Odin, how in the foretime we two mingled blood together. You then said you never would drink ale were it not served to us both." And I would imagine there's tears in his eyes as he's saying. Odin, being who he was, says, "Rise, Vidar, and let the wolf's father have a seat in the assembly, that Loki may not charge us with scorn here in Aegir's hall." That to me is a noble response. He's by his actions he is saying you're right. I acknowledge that, because he's Odin after all, and this is Loki. If you think that Odin is doing this, Odin is Woden. He is the master of Wod. He's constantly in frenzy of his own awareness. He doesn't have any space in him to put up with any crap from anybody. He not only puts up with it, he says to Vidar, who has obviously a place of honor, he says, "Rise and let Loki sit there." Vidar rose and poured for Loki. Before he drank, Loki addressed the Aesir. Okay, so then this starts a whole other thing, which I'm not going to get into right now. But I want to take you back to is, again, take a look at this here, and then we'll take a look at some other planetary connections. Now, did you catch it? Take a look at what's going on in the north. In the north, you have Mercury on the outside and the moon on the inside. This means that when the mind, remember the difference between the intellect is the intellect wants to limit things, wants to judge things. And this is a very important, you can't drive down the street without making judgments about what to do, when, and to follow the rules. It's an arbitrary, by the way, in the US we drive on the right side of the road. And it's an arbitrary line. I mean, it's a painted line down the road. There's nothing, on most streets, there's nothing preventing you from just going over to the left side of the road, except for your intellect that tells you you have to drive on the right side of the road. So you have to have it. What does the moon do? The moon, when it's in its state, goes, I wonder what that guy on the other side of the road is thinking. Wow, he must be going there. Wow, you know what? I'm not the only being in the universe. And when I did this, it must have had that effect on that person. The moon treats things with compassion. It doesn't look to separate. It looks to connect. It's looking for the ways that things connect and work together because it's expansive. So the intellect contracts and the mind expands. So when the mind starts expanding too much and you're unable to focus, like if you get deep into meditation, this happens to me, and then sometimes, you can't focus. Like when I play the sacred African drums, I go into trance and the orishas come down and all kinds of crazy stuff happens and I go into a whole other place. I mean, I got a video somewhere of me playing. You can see me sort of going out of my body like that. When I do that, I can't function afterwards because I'm deep in the mind, the moon. I'm deep in the moon at that point, which is, by the way, the ancestors, the direction of the elves, the ascended masters. So when the moon is doing its thing, the intellect has to say, hey, wake up, come on, we've got to be here at 4:30, and you got to get in your car, and it starts bringing you back into time and space, and this and that, and here and there, and all of that. So the intellect has some function, right? Anyway, I kind of wanted to bring that in. So again, I wanted to say that I don't believe that Odin is completely Mercury, even though he does represent Mercury. And if I choose to worship a Mercury god, I'm going to worship Odin, not Brage. Nothing against Brage. I'm going to worship Odin. Because Odin has expanded, he blew apart the intellect. Odin, in my estimation, represents the union of the mind and the intellect. You bring the two of those together, you have Odin. Odin brings them together, Loki smashes them apart. Rahu is a very expansive planet. In fact, he blows things up. That's what he does. He expands things beyond their normal boundaries. So when the intellect is contracting too much, you don't use the moon to counteract it. You would think, you use the moon to counteract the intellect. You use Rahu. You use Loki to blast it apart. And then Jupiter, which is Thor, later on Thor comes in, and Thor is the only one that can keep Loki in his place. Thor, and Loki himself says, among all of the gods, I'm going to listen to Thor because he will actually do something about it. He says it. And guess what? Let's look here. Up in the northeast, Jupiter is on the outside, Rahu's underneath it, which means Jupiter is used to counteract the effects of Rahu when Rahu is out of balance. It's all here. It's all here. If you don't think this is a spiritual science, meaning something that can be verified in practical reality in your life, then how could they know that? They don't know Vedic astrology. That was written, we assume that was written, we know that was written down about 1,000 years ago, but it represents an ancient mythological tradition that goes back thousands and thousands of years. Those Germanic tribal people did not go to India and study Vedic astrology and then create a myth about it. I think that's pretty cool. All right, so I'm going to take a break here again, and then I'll come back and see if there are any questions. Okay. Turn that off. Boy, we really got the ball rolling. There's all kinds of fur flying. I pushed people's political and racial buttons, and they're fighting with each other here. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to try and find the questions. Again, the less that you can talk, fighting with each other, talking to each other, dumping your opinion, all of that takes time away from me answering people's honest questions. So, it's good for me. I know that's a Q&A, but I prefer that you just simply ask me questions. It's better for everybody's time. JNG, question. How do I need to prepare myself to face and talk to Loki in Journey? Do I need to go alone, or can I take support of my friends' spirits? Well, generally speaking, my experience with Loki is if you want to connect with Loki, just go and be yourself. And don't come, with any pretense. So, having said that, a person's consciousness is going to have a huge effect on how Loki responds to you. I would also say that I would want to see your chart. Like, I would want to see your astrology chart to see where Rahu is placed. And, whether Rahu is helping you or causing you problems. Having said that, if, you know, Loki is almost a force of nature because he is technically a giant. And giants are forces of nature, like gravity and time. Loki, in my estimation, is the force of transformation. So when you go, you know, when you go into, you know, step into a hot lava pit, it's going to be really hot. And so, you know, you got to be prepared for that. If you're going to walk into Loki's presence, I mean, I don't know why you would choose to do it, but if you chose to do it, then be prepared that, you know, Loki's going to do the unexpected, and he's probably going to do something that's going to be challenging for you. And if you do want to talk to him, then just be honest and real, and be willing to just tell him all of your faults, because he sees them anyway. He can smell them. My personal experience with Loki is that when I tried to worship him, he made it clear. He said, "Don't do that. Just be my friend. Just talk to me like you would talk to a friend, and just be real with me." So that's my suggestion to others. But you know, I think I may have a specific connection with him based on my karma and my chart and other kinds of things like that. So my initial thing is, you know, unless you really have a need or a desire, just leave him alone and let him do his thing. Sometimes you don't need to, you know, open that box. Sometimes you just let things alone. Having said that, it will always benefit you. It just might be challenging. That's my own personal experience. So Band of What 33 starts to show his true colors and starts saying his intellect is showing. He's making blanket statements. And then Cosmo Joe got in there and you guys started fighting, it looks like. Iowa X question. And I guess I'm saying that because, you know, it just don't, sometimes we get new people on here and they dump crap on here. Just avoid them. You know, if they're a problem, I'll get rid of them. Just so that I can get to the questions. Having said that, I mean, it's easier said than done. I mean, I tend to react to people when they attack me. So, anyway. Iowa X question. What was the hypocrisy that angered Loki? I thought I made that pretty clear. There's another myth that shows Loki's personality, which is when Balder is shot with the arrow by his brother, blindness or ignorance. And Loki puts the mistletoe on the end of the arrow, which is the only thing that can hurt him. And he did that for one reason. When Balder was there, and the gods, again, were drinking, gods were getting shit-faced, and they were drinking. And what happens when people drink, by the way, this is just what happens energetically. When people drink, they get narcissistic. They get wrapped up in themselves, and they don't give a shit about anybody else. That's why they start talking really loud. That's why they get in your face, and you know, because they have no boundaries anymore. So the gods were drinking again, and they were using Balder as a party favor. They were throwing knives at him. They were throwing spears at him. They were shooting arrows at him. They were throwing axes at him. And of course, you know, they were laughing because everything was either bouncing off of him or exploding. They're having, you know, they weren't appreciating him, because Balder is the soul, and they weren't appreciating the infinity of the soul, and that's what that represents. Loki appreciated Balder for who he was and didn't take him for granted. And when he saw the gods were doing that, he became incensed, and that's why he concocted that whole thing so that ignorance would kill him. Why? So that the gods would then mourn for his loss, and they would not take the soul for granted. It also represents the soul going under the earth, meaning under flesh. When we become incarnated, it's Balder incarnating under flesh. and we forget who we are. That's what that represents. If you remember, at the end of that myth, Frigga goes to everybody, and in order to get Balder out of hell, Hela tells her that she has to get everybody to cry for him. So she gets every being in the universe to cry for Balder, and then finds a giantess who is said might be Loki, and the name of this giantess is Gratitude. And when Gratitude is asked to weep for Balder, Gratitude says, "No, I am not going to weep for him, because every moment I was with him, I completely appreciated him. To weep for him would be to show that I didn't acknowledge and appreciate what I had while he was here. So no, I'm not going to cry for him." That is what Loki was all about in that myth. And again, if you don't pull back and allow yourself to see yourself in there ruthlessly, you're not going to see what Loki is trying to teach. And Loki's never going to come out and do that. One of the things the guy said earlier is, when I was saying, what Loki was, he said, well, maybe that's true. Maybe there's some lost fragment to the myth where, it writes out exactly what Loki's intentions are. And I said, the myth, there's no such thing. Myths don't work like that. This isn't grade school. This isn't nursery school. You are supposed to be subtle. You're supposed to be willing to ponder these things. These are multi-dimensional spiritual teachings. There's some people that they've taken the myths, I don't know what it's called now, I forgot, but they turned it into some book, and they tried to turn it into the Bible. Like, they took all the myths and turned it into like a pagan Bible or a heathen Bible. I forget what they called it. But it's like complete lack of understanding of how this stuff works. Christianity spells everything out for you. Jesus is the Son of God, and you will go to hell if you don't believe in Jesus. And it's just all out there in grade schools. There's no subtlety to any of it. There's no symbolism. That's not how the myths work. You got to be willing to take a look at yourself. All right, so I'm not going to get into the nonsense here that Bandawat is saying. Like I said, I think he's kind of new to the channel. Knut Karstensen, 50 something. I don't know. I don't think that's dollars, but thank you, sir. I appreciate that for supporting the channel. Question: I thought Scotty meant to harm, to injure. Is the shadow interpretation always applicable? Skade is still the word for harm, injury in Norway. Well, my understanding is that skade is the Old Norse for the English shade. Because what we do in English is we take those K sounds oftentimes and they become an SH. So for instance, like the words, we have two words in English for pieces of clothing. One is skirt, which is a Viking word that came into England with the Vikings. The other is shirt. This is the Anglo-Saxon word. It's the same thing. Skirt, shirt, it's the same word, two different meanings. Shirt in English means this. Skirt means things that goes down to the floor. Women wear skirts, but at one point, skirt and shirt were the same thing. It was just a big long shirt that went to the floor. It was a skirt. Same thing with ship. You've seen this word, skiff, right? Small boat. And ship. Who is the person who is the captain of the ship? We have an old word in English. The skipper. The shipper. So, my understanding is that the Old Norse skade had the same meaning as the English word for shade. Now, I could be wrong about that. There could have been a change in understanding. Lots of times words change their meaning over time. Maybe there was a change in the Norwegian. I don't know. Maybe it's a completely unrelated word, comes from a completely unrelated root. I don't know about that. Or the other option is I could be completely wrong, and maybe that's the way you see it. The way you're saying it is maybe the way that it is. My personal feeling is, based on the logic, I think that Skade and Shade are the same. And that is her name. Her name is Shade. And who is she? She is the wife of who? Njord. Who is Njord? Njord is Saturn. What does Saturn represent? Saturn represents the darkness of karma as it comes over you, the judge. His wife is the shade, the shadow that comes over you when karma is connected. I think that's what it means. To me, that's what the logical, and I think there's some linguistic evidence for that. I know that I'm not the one who came to that conclusion that Skade meant shade. That came from somewhere else. But it makes sense to me. Having said that, I'm open to be wrong about that. But thank you for the question. Question, why does this always end up at racism BS in this chat? I don't know. I don't know if you're talking about me being full of BS or if somebody else is. But racism is a problem. It's a real issue. Otherwise, people wouldn't, there wouldn't be people having television shows get canceled simply because somebody made a racist tweet. This is obviously an issue. So it comes up because it's a real thing. One of the reasons why I am not afraid to look at it is because, I am somebody who represents my ancestral teaching. My ancestral teaching, my ethnic ancestral teaching is Norse. Those are my ancestors. I did not seek this out. I became what some people call a Norse shaman or Viking shaman or whatever. Those aren't my words, those are other people's words. I became that because I was practicing multiple other traditions and I had reached an end. I thought I was Celtic. I used to have real prejudice against anything Germanic. I thought I personally had I had judgments, and I thought that German people were naturally racist, and I had all kinds of prejudiced things about German people. When I was looking into, I had reached the end of what I was capable of studying in Taoism and in a bunch of other things, and I needed something else. I needed something to fill in the gaps of my knowledge, and I was looking into Siberian shamanism. And one day I write about this in one of my books, I think The Thunder Wizard Path. And I was flipping around the internet and I saw a video of some college kid who just looked normal to me, but apparently he was of Native American descent. And he was picketing a Michael Harner shamanism training seminar. And he was saying that white people were stealing his religion. These were people who were learning Siberian shamanism. But he took it upon himself to say that white people can't do this because they're stealing their religion. And, now there's some truth to that. We have a culture where we've got a lot of white Americans who are appropriating Native American guys and pretending or wanting to practice what they believe to be shamanism, and the only way they know how to do that is to act like what they think a Native American is. So they love Native American this and Native American that, and Native Americans look at them and go, that has nothing to do with us, and the white people have no idea how hurtful that is. In any case, that's the background of that guy. So I get furious because I'm looking into Siberian shamanism, but for whatever reason, this Native American kid is saying that white people are stealing our culture and you shouldn't do this. I got so furious about it, and then I sat with myself and I realized he was right. I realized that, that I too I felt so guilty about my own ethnic heritage that it didn't even dawn on me to look into my own ancestral heritage. And that's one of the things he says. He says, why don't you practice your own ancestral heritage? Why do you have to take ours? Now, again, I think he was way out of line, but what he said was, I think, accurate. And that's when I did research and I did some shamanic journeys, and I found out that I am not Celtic, but I am, in fact, descended from Norse Vikings who invaded Britain. That's why I do that. I honor that. The reason why I talk about race is because there are a lot of people who are practicing my ancestral shamanic practice who use that as an excuse for their political and their racial exclusionism and sometimes outright racism and bigotry. I was looking on here, there are people who call themselves the soldiers of Odin. Do you know anything about them? They're racist fucking thugs. There are people out here who call themselves folkish. And there's all range of folkish, but the word folkish comes from Nazis. Nazi heathens. Our folk. This is why only white people should be worshiping the gods. I am not afraid to confront that bullshit. So racism is going to come up in my Q&As. And I'm no longer going to pander to the racists. If they don't like what I'm saying, they can go somewhere else. But I have no tolerance for that. So at some point it's going to come up, and people are going to find my channel who are somewhere in that middle range, who may have some political or some racialist views, and I'm going to step on their toes, because if you want to understand how our gods work, you got to get rid of that bullshit. Otherwise, you're going to be, basically just another form of Christianity. That's my take on that. To answer your question, I don't think you asked me that, but oh, you did ask me that. So that's my answer to that question. All right, let me see here. So banned to what? You're this close to getting banned because you're now attacking other people instead of letting people have their whatever. And Cosmo Joe, just don't encourage him. Let's see. All right. I don't see any more questions because you guys are fighting with each other. What does racist really mean? You don't mean that. You know exactly what it means. Stop playing. Stop bullshitting. Come on. NA. Okay, that's not a question either. Nope, you guys are just fighting. Is there a question? I don't see a question. Here we go. Here's a couple. Let's see here. Okay, Skyclad Faye, question. I have to go on to CBD THC treatment soon. How do I protect my energy aura at this time? Well, you can do some Qigong. You can do this practice. If you want to, you can do this while you're doing that. It will help to counter some of the negative effects of THC. CBD's not itself harmful unless you take too much of it. Then it can give you headaches and stuff. But THC will sap your aura. But I also acknowledge that it has some medicinal benefits. Do the Thor's Hammer Qigong. Go onto my channel and do that. And do that while you're doing the other stuff, and it will only help you. And it may counteract some of the side effects of the THC. Skyclad Faye, question. What if your unconscious hates and rebels against ritual, but you need ritual to reprogram it? I think this could be why I'm struggling. I don't know what to tell you. Ritual is discipline. So if you have an unconscious resistance to ritual, it also means you have an unconscious resistance to Saturn, which is discipline and karma. And I don't know all about your your health challenge. I don't know, so this isn't a blanket statement, but I'm willing to bet that there's a good chance that A lot of it has to do with your resistance to your own karma. So ritual is about reprogramming the unconscious, and the unconscious, when the unconscious is out of whack, that's one of the ways we get physically sick. So ritual will put that together. If you are having an unconscious, karmic issue, ritual will be challenging. You won't like it. But that's a good sign. It's the bitter medicine that's going to reprogram you. What you're resisting is taking a look at the false programming that's in your unconscious. Your unconscious mind tries to protect it. So that's where the resistance comes in. When somebody has a problem with ritual, it means that their unconscious false programming, which thinks it's protecting you, is trying to stop you from that because it knows that the ritual could potentially dismantle and destroy that. So healing is not, the New Age idea of everything is love and light and, just be full of love and you'll be healed. That's not real. The true spiritual progress always entails challenge and being willing to take a look at yourself honestly and die to those things. Listen, the thing about disease is that a lot of people unconsciously are willing to physically die because unconsciously they're trying to protect themselves from the unconscious change that is coming. The transformation that the universe wants to bring feels like death to the unconscious. So it actually physically kill you trying to prevent the real change that's coming. So the whole point of all that is that I'm glad that it's difficult and you should do that thing that is difficult. If ritual is difficult for you, then you should be doing ritual every day. Get used to being uncomfortable. Get comfortable in your discomfort. And that will probably have a very powerful effect on your physical healing. Okay, I hope I answered that question. Rami, question, what if once I had a very good intellect and then abnormal things happened where my intellect started to vanish in a way I can no longer gather things together or even speak in a clear sentence? Well, I don't know what you're asking me. That's not a question. It's really, you're sort of giving me a statement. I don't know what you want from me to say. I don't know why that is. Obviously what's happened is that your unconscious defenses have broken down. So I don't know. It makes me want to ask you if you smoke weed, if you do drugs, if you're on any kind of medication. And if you're not on any kind of prescribed, antipsychotic medication, if you're taking drugs to avoid your feelings, then I would say, stop doing that and start, you're going to probably need help. I mean, if this is an emotional, psychological thing, you're not going to be able to fix yourself. You're going to need help. This is one of the things that, I allow people to contact me with. I'm not a therapist, but I'll do what I can to help. But may need some professional help. Again, I don't know enough about it to know. I don't know what that means or why that happened. Black Earth Productions, question. In context to Odin, could you say that Loki and Thunar are the polarity of the expression of Odin's consciousness? Let me see if I understand your question here. BlackEarthProductions.com, Black Earth Productions with a Z.com. Go and check out his website. Also, he has his own YouTube channel. I highly recommend you go check it out. Sethic Esposa. Could you say that Loki and Thunar are the polarity of the expression of Odin's consciousness? I can see that. I wouldn't say that exactly. Again, I'm gonna bring up the Dig Chakra, the direction wheel, and look at the planets here. I think their relationship is like it is here. So bear in mind, Jupiter is Thor. And Thor in the myths is the only one that can put Loki in his place. Jupiter is wisdom, is deep wisdom that cannot be put into words. This is why they're all connected. Because the intellect is words. Jupiter is knowledge that goes deeper than words, is beyond words. Odin does straddle that because Odin is the intellect that has broken through all of limiting limitations. But it's still like the highest form of the intellect. I would say that Odin is the union of the intellect and the mind, the highest union of the intellect and the mind. Jupiter is related to those things, but is not those things. And Mercury, I would say, is Brage, is just the ability to communicate and put things into. There isn't. I think we need to bring in more characters than just Odin and Thor. Let me see if when I look at your question again, make sure that I'm representing your question. That Loki and Thunar are the polarity of the expression of Odin's consciousness. Yeah, to me, the way that comes across is two-dimensional. It needs to be multi-dimensional. I think that if there was a polarity, it would be Loki and Odin. That Odin is Loki's. That Loki is Odin's shadow self. That's the way I would see it. And that Thunar, yeah, that's how I would see it. Anyway, it's a deep fucking question, man, and I could, to really do it justice, I have to spend a lot more time thinking about it. But those are my initial superficial response to that very good question. Skyclad Faye, question, last one. All right. Do you think certain people came into your path to help you? And you maybe also become somebody else's lesson as well? I mean, I'm not quite sure why you're asking that question. I mean, of course, the answer is yes to both of those. It makes me wonder why you're asking that. There's some unconscious agenda. There's an unconscious codependent agenda in that question, and I don't know what it is. It really makes me want to sit you down and, kind of tear open your codependence. Why you need other people's approval, needing to fix other people, avoid your own pain. When other people are in pain, it makes you uncomfortable. There's something about that in that question. And I'm not judging you for it. I'm just reflecting back what I see here. Steve Travesty, question. Are any of the gods the same with different names, such as other lightning gods to the Norse? Hi, Steve. You must be new to the channel. So the answer to that question is yes. I talk about that in depth. Again, if people are coming onto my channel, so many people, look, I've got books out there. I don't even know how many books I have. I have something like 400 videos on this channel alone. And if you put the time and effort to go into my channel and search within my channel, you can type in whatever. Type in thunder gods, and you'll find all kinds of stuff. The short answer is yes. I am encouraging you to put the time and effort to learn my channel. Somebody came on my channel today, I think, and left a comment and said, I went looking for the meditations and I couldn't find them. Could you mark them as meditations? And my response was, I already did. And if you learn how to, and I asked, do you know how to search within a channel? And then I asked, do you know how to find playlists within a channel? And I said, because if you don't, learn how to do it. If you do, then it looks like you didn't work that hard to find them, because if you know how to do that, you just type in meditation, and meditation, all the meditation videos will come up. If you know where to find the playlist, you can look and find on the playlist meditations. So put some time and effort. Go in there, look for the playlist. Go, if you don't, look, the thing is, if you type on top of YouTube, right, that search bar, that's going to give you all of YouTube. That's not my channel. You need to learn how to find within my channel. And it's frustrating to me because, again, we've got this internet culture where people just don't put the time and effort into learning things. So put some time and effort into finding what's on my channel. I'm not trying to attack you personally, but that will answer that question. All right, so there's that. So let me see. Cause, let's see. All right, so, all right, again, please avoid the talking amongst yourselves so that I can find where the questions are. Cosmo Joe question. I think this was the next one. Yeah. Yep, okay, so let's see. Cosmo Joe question. In meditation, if I let the meditation focus deepen too much, I'll get to a point where I am gripped by something and start feeling my energy recoil and paralysis take over. What is this? So, Cosmo Joe, this isn't the first time you've asked me this question. You've asked it at least 2 or 3 times in some form or another. So, I have routinely pointed out to you that I think that you're too far into your intellect. You use your intellect, which again separates you from your emotions. Everybody's different. You have a strong intellect. So trying to know what this is, like wanting to know what this feeling is an understandable question. But again, I don't think it's helpful for you to know what things are. What is helpful for you is to be in that emptiness and just have your feelings. When you get to that place where you feel gripped by something and start feeling your energy recoil, your energy is recoiling because you're afraid. It's not happening by itself. That's happening because you yourself are making the choice in your emotional body to pull your energy back. And until you can get to a place where you can feel all of your feelings, it's going to feel like it's happening to you. So my suggestion is that meditation, is taking you to a place where you get to face your fear of being alone, your fear of dying, your fear of losing your identity. All of these things, it's a death. It's the death. It's a fear of death, and it's something that has to happen. You're on the verge of going to a much deeper spiritual place. So it's a really good thing, but it's really frightening. Even if I knew what it was, even if I could put into words for you what it was, I don't think that's helpful for you. I recommend going back there and just go with it. Just dive into the fear. Get out of your intellect. It's going to be hard for you. You're addicted to your intellect. You're trapped in it. And it's your intellect that is afraid, because once you get beyond that, you're going to a place that the intellect can't go. And you've been relying on it. You've been using it as a shield from your emotions and from your life. And when you're willing to let go of that and have that death and die to it, you'll get to that next place. But it's going to be frightening. So I don't know how else to help you. Just keep doing it. Just keep going there. At some point you'll break through if you are determined enough. And if you're willing to let go of what you think you know, and if you're willing to stay in the feelings. And it may happen in this lifetime, may happen in the next one, but I would say keep doing it. All right, let's see, what else here? Susie Jotun's wife question, do you think Hessonite garnet is a good stone for Loki Rahu? As my understanding, I think Hessonite is the gemstone for Rahu. But you can look that up. You can just look up, Vedic astrology Rahu gemstone. Hessonite is one of them. I think Cat's Eye is K2, and Hessonite is Rahu. Let's see here. Looking for the questions again. Debbie T question: are dwarves giants, and are Vanir descended from Aesir? No to both questions. I want to do, I was thinking about doing a Q&A on the war between the Aesir and the Vanir. I won't get into it. I will say this. First off, dwarves are not giants. Dwarves are powered by human emotions. They are a human thing. Dwarves have a strong connection to human beings. Giants are forces of physics, forces of nature that cannot be assailed even by the gods. Even even Thor loses his battle against the giants. When he tries to go up against time and old age, he loses. And Vanir and Aesir are two types of deities. They're not descended from each other. The Aesir are the celestial gods who represent timeless perfection. They have the mind of children. They live in timeless, perfect, innocent perfection. That's why they're constantly going to battle. That's why that's why people who are right wing like the Aesir, because the Aesir, everything is black and white. There's no middle ground. It's because they're timeless perfection. The Vanir, the reason why people who are liberal like the Vanir are because liberal people tend to function from the right brain, which is not linear, it's not dualist. That's why you get artists and other people who are very, did I do that right? Yeah, very right-brained. The Vanir represent time and experience through time. That's why they're called the elder gods. So you said, are the Vanir descended from the Aesir? That wouldn't make any sense because the Vanir are called the elder gods. So if anybody would have been descended, it would have been the Aesir. But that doesn't work because they're just different forces in the universe. We live in the middle. And we represent the culmination of all these energies, and this is why shamanism is about balance. Balancing all these different forces. And the forces are always changing, which is why we don't hit a static level of spiritual enlightenment. There is just this dynamic balance that we learn to shift with and move with. That is the true spiritual practitioner, what we would today call a shaman. Iowa X, question, if the moon and Mercury are not friendly, why is it that Rahu is the balance to Mercury? I know that the Rahu is... So, again, questions... You're making assumptions in the question that's not accurate. If the moon and Mercury are not friendly, why is it that Rahu is the balance to Mercury? The moon is not Rahu. So why did you start with if the moon and Mercury are not friendly? That's a whole other subject. Why is it that Rahu is the balance to Mercury? I've already explained it. Mercury is the intellect, the limitation of the intellect that wants to categorize things. Rahu is an iconoclast. He wants to break all of the rules. So when people are stuck in the intellect, Rahu, fear, another guy here was talking about he's in fear. Rahu is also fear. When we're stuck in our intellect, the way we overcome that is by breaking all of the limitations. That's why Rahu is used to balance Mercury. Why you asked about the moon, I don't know. Mercury is used to balance the moon when the moon is out of whack, when you're too expansed in the mind that you can't focus, then you need the intellect to bring you back down into how do I practically use that? Tell me what this means and how to use it. Mercury is very practical. Mercury is a businessman. He wants to know how I can make money off of it. So I'm not sure that you were listening to what I was saying, but it is kind of deep stuff. And you have to think multilaterally. It's not an either or. It's a this and that and this and that and this. You look at it as this big giant three-dimensional thing. Okay? All right, so those are all my questions. I'm going to take a break. We might be done, because we're at about the 2-hour mark, so we might be done for today. But I'll take a break and we'll come back. Okay, so turn that off. Before I don't know if there are any questions, but before I check, I was thinking about it. You're right. Especially, you'll notice when I talk about Odin, the subject of race and racism will come up, and you'll see me get incensed about racism and about the racism in modern heathenism. And I'm going to say this at my own peril to give you an idea that I don't say what I'm about to say lightly. I'm speaking on behalf of Odin when I tell you that connecting his name to racial exclusionism of any kind is absolutely infuriating to him. He hates that. I am clear, Odin has been clear with me, he hates Christianity, hates it. He doesn't hate it because he's a religious bigot. He hates it because Christianity creates slaves, and because Christianity demeans the divine power of human beings to create their own reality. To him, that's what he came, not that he came, that's what he gives to human beings. That's what he teaches them. By his example, he gave enlightenment to himself. He died to himself to himself. And he did that not only for his own awareness, but then he brings that example for everyone else. Christianity destroys that. Christianity stopped in its tracks what Odin was doing to the European race, and then was going to do for the rest of the world. Because every race has its own ethnic lesson that they've gotten from, their ancestral gods. And as much as Odin hates Christianity, he hates racism worse, much worse. And I am telling you, without any anger or any wishing any ill will on anybody, that when you use the symbols of Thor or Odin, or the names of Thor and Odin, to promote any kind of racial bigotry or exclusion or racialism on any level, you are invoking the wrath of the gods. It doesn't mean in a Christian way that you're going to whatever. It means that you will go through a very challenging awakening. If not in this life, in another one. And that every time you do that, you invoke him in that way, you are asking for a very serious fucking awakening. And as I said, it's going to be very challenging. So I can't help it. I got to be honest with you. I wish I could sidestep the whole thing. I wish I didn't have to talk about it. I wish that people would stop coming onto my channel and wanting to talk about it. I wish people would stop trying to point me towards some racist or some racialist trying to get me to connect to their teachings, because they like what I'm teaching, but they just wish that I would get in with the, fall in line and get into the racialist thing. But yeah, I can speak for Odin when I say that that is absolutely disgusting to him. Anyway, like that or not, that is my belief that that's how Odin feels about it. Okay, so let's see if there are any questions here. All right. Question. Iowa X question. Could you post that chart? I don't know what chart you're talking about. Do you mean this? Sorry, I kind of screwed things up. Do you mean the dig chakra? It's called a dig chakra. D-I-G and then chakra. It's also called a Kala chakra. K-A-L-A chakra. Go look that up if that's what you're asking about. Black Earth Productions question, in context to the Sumerian text. Well, I would have to even know, I mean, I know pretty much absolutely nothing about the Sumerian mythology, so I have no knowledge of that. Somebody asked me this, no, somebody was asking me about Enki and Odin. But again, I know nothing about it, so I don't even want to, crap on that by even talking about it. I know nothing about Sumerian anything, so sorry about that. If I don't know something, I will say I don't know anything. Dharma Child question, what is a good example of a person who exudes a balance with and in the reflected forces of Odin and Loki? What is a good example of a person? Let me see if I can try and answer that. A good example is somebody who, they're two opposing forces of the same thing. They both represent the ideal human. This is coming to me as I'm talking. I was going to try and say something else, but this is what's coming to me right now. The ideal human represents the merging point between Odin and Loki. Odin represents dying, because he died to himself. It represents dying to human limitation and achieving full divine human awareness. We would call that enlightenment. That's probably not going to happen while you're walking around in a meat bag. It's probably going to happen when you achieve, such an awareness that you no longer need to clothe yourself in human flesh and come down here and have all these experiences. So that's, on one hand, that's Odin. On the other hand, you have Loki. Loki is Rahu. So Loki is the highest expression of Rahu. Rahu, now I'm not saying that Loki is Rahu. Understand that. I'm saying Loki represents the highest vibration of Rahu. Rahu represents the unfulfilled desires, ambitions, obsessions that drive you to take on a physical body, because we take on a physical body so we can experience and fulfill our desires. So here you have human beings smack dab in the middle. Again, this just came to me as you asked me this question. So if Odin and Loki are flip sides of the same coin, then we expand that to create, I don't know, a sandwich. And in the middle of the sandwich is the ideal human. So there's no direct answer to that question other than, finding that balance is the whole journey. It's a journey. That's why we're here. Steve Travesty, $5. Thank you, sir. Question. I know I am right-brained. How do I master my trouble with left-brained issues I may have? That was a very left-brained question. So you're saying that you're right-brained, which means that you don't see things in a linear fashion. You don't see things in a dualist fashion, right? Because left hand is the right brain, the left hand is the feminine. If we're on the same page about this, left hand is the artistic, the feminine, the all of that, the moon. The right hand goes to the left brain. The left brain is the logical, the dualist, right? So if you're saying that you are right-brained, which means you don't see things in dualist fashion, then how do you master your left brain? I mean, you're kind of the opposite of everybody else, because most people are left-brained and need to get into the right brain. The right brain is the side that says, I relate to you, I connect to you, I feel you, I am you. The right brain says, you're over there, you're that, I'm this. Right? So I'm wondering if you got those flipped. But if you're saying that you need to get more practical, then one way is to get more into your physical body. I don't know. I'd have to ask you more questions because there's something missing in that question. There's something I'm not hearing in that question. Okay, let's see here. Greg Thunder Wizard Apprentice. Wow, hello. Question. Hello, teacher. Do you know any books on Norse power animals? Do I know any books on them? I don't. That would be a great question. Odin has his horse. Frey has his boar. Freja has her cat. What else do we got? There's more. That's a good question. I wish I knew that offhand. I don't know of any books offhand, but I'm sure you can look it up. If you research it, I'm sure you can find it. Cosmo Joe question. So the panic attacks are caused by the intellect as the mind expands beyond its grasp. I couldn't have said it better myself. I want to ask you what exists for the mind beyond the intellect, but that is the intellect also, right? No. Yeah, we've had this discussion. You think the intellect is everything. You think that when you die to yourself and you lose your identity, what will be left is the intellect. You're so attached to the intellect. No, the intellect is the first thing that's going to go. Trust me. When you die, one of the first things that's going to die with you is your intellect. The mind is beyond the intellect. The soul and the mind will survive. Your intellect and your brain and your body will die. The intellect is nothing more than a computer program. It is the software that your brain uses to interface your mind and your soul with three-dimensional physical reality. That's all it is. When you go beyond that, you will be in the realm of the mind. This is why your intellect is so afraid of it, because right now your intellect is trying to control your mind. It is controlling your mind. Your mind is trying to expand beyond it. So when you meditate, your mind, you have that right. It starts to expand beyond the limits of the intellect, and the intellect panics. And it pulls your energy back. So, yeah, the mind and the intellect are meant to be subservient to the soul. Interesting that the soul was this finger. This is the ring finger. The reason why we put marriage rings on this ring finger is because this connects to the soul. This finger. If you want to connect to your soul, you can make this mudra. All different ways of doing this mudra. This will connect you to your soul. This is Jupiter, so this is kind of the wisdom part of your mind. This is why this is the default mudra, because Jupiter is wisdom. And if in doubt, go to the deepest part of wisdom to teach you spirituality. This is Saturn. This is why when somebody uses this finger, this one, they are throwing Saturn at you. What they're really saying to you is, may your karma fall on your head. This is your middle finger. This is why we put rings on this finger, because this is connected to the heart, which is where the soul resides. This is the intellect. This is why we make pinky swears. It's your intellect. Anyway. Yeah. Black Earth Productions. Wisdom councils need to come together again as it was before. All races. Oh. Totally agree with that. I think we are heading for that, my friend. I definitely think we are headed for that. See, I'm looking for the questions here again. Yeah, so Black Earth is agreeing with me. It's opposite. So you're saying you're left, what did you say here? You said you were left-brained? No, you said you're right-brained. You're really left-brained. And so the way to overcome your left brain is, as I just got through saying, meditation, qigong, energy work, anything that connects with breath, anything that gets you out of the part of your mind that wants to nail down this means that, and that is this, and this is black, and this is white. You need to go into the space of expansion, where there aren't any, where you become, one with the universe. That is the right brain. So your trouble with your right brain is probably still connected to, Cosmo Joe, to his credit, keeps coming back, even though I keep, hammering him about his intellect. You are probably stuck in your intellect because you are avoiding your emotions. I don't know you, but why is this coming to mind? Do you use any power plants? Do you use any hallucinogens to expand your mind? They won't expand your mind, they trap you in your intellect. Sorry, guys. All of that stuff traps you in your intellect. I would knock all that stuff off. You can do it if you want. If it works for you, do it. But if you want to get out of your limiting brain, stop all that stuff. I'm talking from experience. Let's see. Oh, yeah, okay, all right. Dev ET question, isn't the world suffering because feminine has been suppressed? Wow, a lot of unconscious stuff in that question. Is that the only reason the world is suffering? Is that it? Is that the only reason? The feminine has definitely been suppressed. Oh, no two ways about that. It was a choice. Both males and females made that choice. There are no victims. So the way your question is worded, it makes it sound like there are victims. There are no victims. We did it. We chose to do it. But it also tells me a lot about you. So first off, acknowledge where you feel victimized, because I hear that in that question. How to awaken the feminine in humanity? You can't awaken one without awakening the other. They're yin and yang. When you do, there's the qigong I practice and teach in celestial qigong. I don't know, wherever it is. Qigong.thunderwizard.com. When you go there, you can practice celestial qigong. There's a practice called the yin yang hands. That will awaken both the male and the female. Yeah, it makes me want to ask you a lot of questions. There's a lot of unconscious codependent stuff in that question. And there's probably some victim mentality in there as well. We all have it. I'm not judging you for it. I'm just reflecting back what I see. Wait, actually I meant the intellect is what was asking the question. I don't know what you mean by that. I have to go back to your question. So the panic attacks are caused by the intellect as the mind expands beyond its grasp. What exists for the mind beyond the intellect? But that is the intellect also, right? Yeah, again, the intellect isn't... Did you hear what you just said? Does the intellect survive beyond the intellect? How can you go past the intellect and have the intellect still be there? Boy, for you, the intellect really is God, isn't it? If I heard your question right. Your intellect is not asking the question. Your intellect doesn't want to, asking a question means there's an answer. So I guess that is your intellect. When you go beyond the intellect, there is no question. There is nothing to figure out. It's just being. This is why the mind is connected to the emotions. You can't intellectualize the emotions. You can't figure them out. You can only feel them. We need to get you out of that intellect, man. Well, we don't need to do anything. You can stay there as long as you want. I hope I can get you out of the intellect, because I think you'll be happier. Once you get past that, you'll be a lot happier. I mean, it's going to be scary getting there, but I think you'll be a lot happier. I could be wrong. Rami, question, how can I get in contact with you, please? Makes me want to ask, why do you want to contact me? A lot of people want to email me and get these email back and forths with me, and I don't do that. If somebody wants to have a discussion with me, you can get a session with me, and for that you can go to career.thunderwizard.com, but I charge for my time. I have much better thing, people say, hey man, I just found you on the thing, we should talk sometime. Like, I got nothing better to do but to just get into big intellectual conversations with people all over the net because I said something they like. So I don't know why you're wanting to connect with me. If you want my help, you can get a session from me. If you really need to ask me in order to find out how I can best help you, you can send me, is that right? I think actually that's wrong. That might be one. Shaman is info@thundershamanism.com. But all I want from you is to tell me briefly in a couple of sentences, what is it that you want? Do you want me to counsel you? Do you want a service from me, or did you want to create some kind of like email relationship, which I won't do. I will only work with people on a professional level. So if you want to, you can tell me in a sentence what it is you want, and then I'll tell you what I think the best thing for you is, and then you can decide whether or not you want that service from me or not. Black Earth Productions question: what is the science of Odin and Loki coming into reconciliation and transcendence with one another happen within us, as is meant with our ancestors via the gods? How does, not what is. So how does the science of Odin and Loki coming into reconciliation and transcendence with one another happen within us, as is meant with our ancestors? Man, Black Earth Productions, man, you asked some deep questions. It's going to take me a week to come up with an answer to that. It's not an easy question. How does that happen? This is the essence of what I'm trying to do. Everything I'm teaching, all of the exercises, all of the working, all the Vedic astrology, all of the ritual with the 8 directions, all of the Qigong, all of the meditation, all of the mantra, all of that stuff, all of the analysis and talking about what this word means and how this connects to our ancestors and taking us back to our first ancestors and talking about the meaning of the word man, all that stuff is designed to do exactly what you're asking. The reconciliation of Odin and Loki is being a fully realized human being. This is where we're meant to go. That's a picture I found which represents what I believe to be the ascended masters, the elves, the bodhisattvas. These are beings that have opened up the 3 selves and that have unified the 3 selves, the 3 minds, the conscious, the unconscious, and the subconscious. They are able to project out through their hands and manifest their reality. We would call it magic. But you can see in that photo that being is projecting the perfected world that they are seeking to manifest, and they're floating around, they're orbiting around the actual world. That is our destiny. Everybody listening to me, you will be one of those. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. You will become an ascended master. And the reconciliation of Odin and Loki is to get one step below this. Meaning that you still have enough karma that keeps you in the physical body, but you have evolved to the point where you are a walking divine being. You are a God in the flesh. You are a God on this planet. And as God with a little g, and I guess that one is a God with a little bigger g. I don't know. But that's where we're headed. And when you get to that place, then where I'm taking people is that, and we haven't got there yet, there's a practice that I'm going to be teaching called the method of holding the three ones, which is exactly what I've just got through talking about. Opening up and uniting the three centers and being able to intend your reality. But there's a lot of, most of us have to do a lot of cleanup work because our lower self has a bunch of garbage in it, and it takes a long time to clean that up. But when we can connect all of these three centers together, and then when we do that, we automatically connect to these people. We automatically connect to the gods. And then we become what people might have called a shaman in ancient times. Somebody who, with their presence, they bring this dynamic balance. They can communicate with the forces of nature, and they can communicate with the gods, and they can give messages to people. This is where we're headed. That's what you're asking. How do I put that into one sentence? I've spent my whole life trying to get there just to understand it. I've spent the past 10 years teaching it, and I'm not anywhere near done. So I don't know if I answered your question or not. But the first phase of getting somebody to that stage, and I think the most fundamental and profound stage, is being able to intend your reality. Without anything, you just decide what your reality is, and it manifests. I think that's the first step, and that's where I want to go, and I've seen glimpses of that, and I'm teaching you guys how to do that, the best of my ability. And I think that's where happiness and fulfillment lies. So I don't know if I answered your question or not, but that's my thought about that. Dharma Child question, thank you. So what then is a so-called Jivan Mukta as referred to in the Hindu tradition, i.e. someone who is a living mortal who is liberated as a soul? Well, I just answered that question before I even read it, so there you go. Colonial Wolf question, I have been using runes since I was a child. What causes one to be drawn to them? I don't know. Probably you have a genetic connection to, your ancestors probably were Germanic, and you probably have a genetic connection to it. But I know people who aren't necessarily of any Germanic background who are also connected to it. So I don't have one answer for you. Who cares why? They're available to anybody, so enjoy. Let's see. Nemo Blade. Yes, Nemo, I'm an Illuminati. Right, the Jupiter Mudra. I'm an Illuminati. You caught me. I'm kidding. And I know he is too also. Okay, so Cosmo Joe, yeah, so you got it. Right. Your intellect is trying to remain in control. So, okay, so you got it. Passing Arcturus, my question, is the feminine inherently chaotic? Actually, yes. Don't get upset, women. That's not a gender statement. There's yin and yang. Yang represents strength. Yin represents power. When you have strength, power wants to support it. When there is no strength, power goes crazy. In the relationship, if we're talking about a relationship between men and women, a heterosexual man and woman connection. Generally speaking, don't anybody get their panties in a wad. I'm not talking about anybody particular. Generally speaking, when the man is not clear on who he is, the woman feels unsafe. And that is why men, you've probably experienced this, I know I have. You're talking with a woman, you want to take her out on a date. You ask her out and she says yes. And you say, do you want to go to a movie? And she says yes. You want to be the nice, kind man, and so you say, well, what movie do you want to see? And she says, I don't know, you decide. So she wants you to decide. She wants you to take the lead. So you go, okay, let's go see Die Hard. She says, no, I want to go see Lovey-Dovey chick flick. And then you say, well, why didn't you just say that in the beginning? She said, because I just wanted you to. That's the dance between the male and the female. So, yeah, the female is naturally chaotic when it is not balanced by the male. Ideally, we want this balance within ourselves, so we don't have to depend upon another person to give us that. Although I have nothing against that. I would love to have that again myself. In fact, I'm actively seeking that out. But ideally, we want that within ourselves. Katie Anderson, if you want to ask a question, it helps if you put questions so I can see that you're asking me a question. Otherwise, I think you're just people talking and then I pass you by. Does your channel name indicate working with Thor power? Yep. It sure does. Again, I'm just looking for the questions again. That's why it's helpful not to talk unless you're asking a question. Okay, Didge Village, question. Any technique you know of to send a message to someone whom you cannot directly talk to, like other drivers on the highway? You're trying too hard. If you're in line with yourself, you don't need to do that. You don't need to send message. I mean, why would you want to send a message to somebody you can't talk to? I mean, I don't know why you'd want to do that. I don't know if anyway. Bottom line is, I think you're trying too hard. I think, there's a difference between trying to psychically send a message and being in connection with somebody. You know how like synchronicity happens and you think about somebody and they call? That's not coming from you going, actually, as I think about it, my mom, who was a Christian, which may be why I have some of the gifts that I have, she said that there was like a little secret in her family, and one of her aunts, which would have been my great aunt, used to practice had some kind of psychic ability that was passed down. I remember. My mom said it was passed down. It was passed down in the women in her family. Who knows how far back it went. But they had this ability to psychically send messages. And she was a Christian, and so she would try and turn that off. And she said she was constantly being harassed by her aunt that was sending her messages. And she'd call her up on the phone, and she'd say, why are you doing that? Stop doing that. And my aunt would say, oh, so you haven't given up on the gift. Now, that's all fun and cute. But the point is that it was invasive. So wanting to send somebody a message is invasive, and I don't think you should do that. Just be in connection with yourself and in connection with infinity, and infinity will inform people whatever it is that they need, and you will experience it as synchronicity. Cosmo Joe question, does Balder the soul have volition of its own or only in relation to the mind? No, the soul has its own volition. Is it just an energetic mass the mind is connected to? See, now we're getting beyond the ability for human beings to understand. So it is both of those things. And at some point, my limited human brain is not able to go past that. This is something I have thought long and hard about since my partner passed 8 months ago. Trust me, I have thought long, because that's all I've wanted to do is to connect with her. And I've come to the conclusion that kind of gotten to the place where I'm okay not doing that. I believe I got past her being this person right there. I don't know if you can see her. I got her past being that individual, And I've accepted the fact that her brain is dead, and a lot of her personality died with that, and the specifics of the person I was in love with no longer exists. And that there's this ball of energy, which we would call her soul, and that is something I can connect to all the time and send love to all the time, and I will. I mean, I'm of the opinion that I think she has already made the journey to reincarnate. So even if I wanted to send her a message, I don't think I could. But I can still connect with that essence of her soul and send her soul love and wish her well. And I hope she has a wonderful new life wherever and whatever she is. So I don't know if that answered your question or not. Steve Travesty question, what is the inner child? I don't know. I don't know that it is. I don't think it's an inner child. I think that we all are our essence is of a like that. We're all children when we get past all of our masks and everything. So I don't know about the inner child. I think that's just who we are. We're all infinite. We're all like Ace here. We're infinite children that live in timelessness. Our soul is our soul doesn't age. It's that's that whole Christian about suffer the little children to come unto me because such will enter the kingdom of heaven. That really, there's some truth to that. Your soul is like that. So you don't have to make it the inner child. You just have to stop bullshitting yourself, because when we get past it, we all have those very innocent, vulnerable, tender, childlike emotions. And I don't think that's the inner child. I just think that's who we are. Okay, so we're coming up on 3 hours. I think we're going to be done here. So I'm going to take one last message break, and then we'll wrap it up. Alrighty, so I think I'll check and see if there are any questions I can answer quickly. Katie Anderson question, does asking the 3 Norns to be present while we do ritual connect us deeper to the earth? The Norns don't care about you. The Norns are forces of time and space. In fact, the Norns are space-time. So the Norns, you live inside of them. So you can ask, there's nothing wrong with asking, but the Norns are not like the gods. The gods have an emotional, personal connection with human beings and the fate of human beings. And, the Norns don't. So in other words, they are ritual. Ritual, by invoking a ritual, you connect with them, and, all that. So you can if you want. It really doesn't matter one way or another, in my experience. All right. Ditch Village question. What reincarnates, soul or spirit? Soul. I don't know what you mean by spirit. Some people mix those two up. But the soul. Soul is what reincarnates. Yes. The word spirit has no real definition. You know, if you go and ask, you go ask any, Catholic priest or a fundamentalist Christian priest, you ask them to, what's the difference between soul and spirit, you'll never get the same answer twice. They don't have any fucking clue. Spirit, if we go by the definition of the word, spirit means life force energy, because spirit means breath. So to respirate is Latin for to respirit. The Latin word to die, expire, it's not the word for death, but we use it to expire. It means to breathe out. It means you breathe your last breath, to expire, to breathe out, when the life force is gone. So the life force dies. I mean, it goes somewhere else or whatever. Your soul lives on. So the Norns are like a tapestry woven through us. That's a really beautiful way of putting it. I would have to meditate on that. That sounds great. I'll say yes, that sounds like a really wonderful way to describe it. Steve Travesty, I've heard some say soul means breath. Well, then they don't know what the word soul means. They're conflating the word soul with spirit. Saul, S-O-U-L, I'll shut up with this, comes from the ancient word Saul. And Saul meant sun and soul. There's also a rune called Saul. Spirit means breath. That's the definition of the words. That's not up for negotiation. If somebody wants to change the meanings of them, or if there's a different meaning in certain situations, but that's what it means. This is the last question, and then I'm going to take off for the night. Question, but ghost is someone who failed to reincarnate? No. You need to spend more time watching my channel because I talk about that. The ghost has nothing to do with the soul. The ghost is the lower self, and to understand what a ghost is, you have to understand what the lower self is. So watch my videos about the lower self. Okay, last one, Fredo Santana. Question, do you realize how arrogant... I'm just going to block you. So this is what happens when somebody is an asshole and does not have any respect and comes on here and wants to pick a fight. So I'm going to hide user on this channel, which means this guy's never going to be able to say anything ever again. So let's all wave goodbye to Fredo Santana and wish him well. He can come and watch, but he can never communicate again. Bye-bye. There he goes. Okay. Katie Anderson question, which Germanic goddess do you discover after channeling the Hul breath? Her name is Hulda or Hole. There she is. Alrighty, that's it for me. And like Fredo Santana, I'm going to say goodbye, at least for tonight. And maybe I'll see what happens later on this weekend. Maybe we'll talk about the war between the Aesir and the Vanir. That'll be fun. All right, my friends, thank you. Yeah, that's all. Okay. Talk to you guys next time.
in the Yoruba language is called Bong Book Bong, and it means in a wonderful way. And it is lovingly called by my students the elephant song. And this song has a story which is worth listening to. You see over here behind you, you have the picture of Ganesha, which is a picture of a man with an elephant's head. And this symbol is not just in India, but the idea of the elephant having the power of the earth and having the wisdom to use that power is also part of the Yoruba culture as well. So this song, as I said, everything that's played on these drums were originally a chant. So you're going to be hearing the rhythm drum over here saying, "All wisdom come to me." And over here you're going to be hearing the lead drum singing the story of a very heroic snail that saved the human race from the destruction of ego. And over here you're going to be hearing the junjuns mirroring very similar to what this drum is saying, asking for wisdom and then commenting on how wonderful the whole story is.